Hello, hello, and welcome to the rap party. I'm gonna go adjust this audio real quick here. All right. Hello, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And I say us because we have a special guest. A member of the community has decided to jump on and join us for this evening. So, if you wouldn't mind, would you like to kind of just give a brief introduction to yourself and why you decided you wanted to jump on tonight?
Yeah, sure. My screen name is in there to it, but my name is Ben. So I was introduced to Blue Shifting's channel by his Muv-Luv playthroughs, and it was years ago, but I've been following him ever since, and he got to this, and I was following him all the way through that, and it's just been a journey, and I'd love to be here to discuss it with you guys.
Thank you so much. And again, also, of course, thank you so much for being here. Those of you who can attend live, welcome to the party, I suppose. But I know a lot of you are going to be attending, post haste. So feel free to leave comments. I will, of course, respond to each and every one of them. Also, big shout out to, of course, the patrons and members on the YouTube channel for your direct support. Can't thank you enough. It's especially hard because on a live stream like this one, it's harder to just, give a clear shout out for each of you specifically. So thank you so much for any support you give directly. It means the world to me. And I'll do the best I can always to, be worthy of that direct support. But yeah, it's good to see. We got Daniel's Games in the chat, of course. Good to see. And then, anything else as we go along? We're going to be kind of breaking down some of the pitches. I've done a loose structure where I'm going to highlight ideally characters and then plot relevant points. But because of the nature of the story, I'm going to be talking about all the characters throughout the entire thing, pretty much as it comes up. But I'm going to make sure we do a breakdown of like my feelings and thoughts about the characters and how they were handled, and ultimately kind of going to go down kind of each route and kind of see things as they go. And just kind of play it by ear. There's no script or strict setting here. I don't think there's any reason to limit ourselves, and that's part of the best part. Is like, if you think I'm skipping something or you want to bring up a good point, just if you're live in the audience or listening right now, you can always just put a comment in the chat and let me know. You're gonna play Yuuya's side. I mean, not really a thing, right? Like, this is a canon event in the alternative universe. There's no pathing that actually happens. Unless, I guess you could argue there might be, you could be, like, are you referencing maybe, like, the other game, like the game that's about her backstory? Because that's definitely a thing that just got released, so we'll talk about that. But anyway, without further ado, we're going to jump right in. And of course, we're going to jump in first. I want to just break down the Argus test flight crew. I want to talk about each and every one of them and kind of break them down. And yeah, you're asking about that game. We'll talk about that in a bit. I'm glad you brought it up, but we will talk about that. So first, Argus. And of course, we got to start with Yuuya. He's our main character, our MC. And I'm actually really interested to hear your opinion on that. So you've enjoyed Muv-Luv. You even found the series about this. Like, when you played through this game and saw the playthrough and thought about things, when you see Yuuya as a main character, when we've had characters like Takaru obviously being forefront of so much of the core Muv-Luv, but then we've also had other like main characters in the side stories like Silvio, and just kind of, and then even like smaller reference characters like, oh shoot, I can't remember. It's the little brother of like the one royal guard guy who goes over to England and just has like his really random like crazy flings with all the girls in the British battle defense fleet. I can't remember his name. But yeah, so like, what's your impression of Yuuya as a character?
So, especially comparing him to Takeru, he's very strong-willed. Especially at the beginning, he was a bit of a piece of work,
Oh
but
yeah.
so was Takeru. Um, I would say Yuya, he was a more interesting character than Takeru was for the majority of Muv-Luv, of the main line. Yuya had a lot of baggage, and it was interesting to see him grow and get over that, but he took it took a lot of hardships to get over that, and it's interesting to see the characters that it appeared that they were just tussling, but it really they were building themselves, and you know what I'm referring to, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's interesting because like Takaru is really I think more I think it's more easy to personalize with Takaru because he's essentially an isekai character where he's come from a world that we would more readily recognize, and having to learn what it means to live inside a post-apocalyptic beta-infused world. So I feel like it's easier to relate through Takaru, which is why I think he probably is still the best main character we could have had for the core story. But I also think that Yuuya is a really fun exploration as a foil to Takaru because there are so many similarities between the two characters. Both of them are talented at their flying for different reasons, but they both are clearly very talented. They both are I guess like a love nucleus, I'm guessing, because freaking Yuuya is just collecting girls like Pokemon cards, and
that's Yuko's term.
Yeah, and I think it's appropriate. I feel like she probably would because she even talks about how a lot of the Valkyries are nuclei in their own right. Maybe not so much like where Takaru was almost like a focal point where he drew all of these kind of people together. She would talk about how she collected the Valkyries not especially because they were superior pilots, though many of them really were. But she was recognizing these kind of quantum effects that they would have where the world and the universe almost seemed to bend around them. Like she was privy to that because of her studies. And it's funny because it's like they give an in-canon universe reason for almost like a main character plot armor syndrome. And Yuko could just tap into that. And she built her entire squad of elites around this like ability to warp reality in a way that she recognized, like, hey, when they offer up their lives, it's going to be in meaningful ways because they're the people who, when the critical time comes, will be there. I think Yuuya is one of those in that regard because time and again he keeps putting himself in the same places that he's going to be. Like he's always been in the right spots. By the way, so Daniel Games, just real quick, you're posting. Seijiro, you're saying Seijiro is the younger brother that I was referring to that went to England. I think either there's like a delay in maybe the stream. Sometimes the stream will delay out of my control. It's something YouTube kind of does. If you're not a huge YouTube like content creator, it throttles your streams, which is kind of sad. I try and make it so that it has low latency, meaning that you should only be a few seconds behind what we're saying. But based on the comments you're making, I think it might be better, but more delayed. So I apologize for that. But that is one of the downsides to the rap party. Yeah. So just FYI, that can sometimes pull us away, as we're having a conversation, because I want to make sure I'm checking chat. So apologizes for that. But that's kind of something I can't control, unfortunately. Anyway. So I feel like what's really interesting about Yuuya is that he has some of those similar traits of he is a maker, a shaker, and one who tends to do what would be considered nearly impossible, if not directly impossible. And that's part of what makes him so talented. But he's also born into this broken universe, this broken this world. And he's had his troubled past. And it's really funny, too, because he even talks about towards the end, he comes to the realization that, like, his life was real crappy, but he also had a lot of privilege at the same time that he didn't even recognize because of the family that he came from. And that is an odd combination where he felt persecuted and, in a way, he was, rightfully so, but then he also was privileged. And he never quite ever acknowledged that was a combination until he was facing Beta and went to Kamchatka and talked to other soldiers who were actually on the front lines as opposed to the people whom he tended to associate with, which were tended to be the elites. And that's one of the things I thought was really fascinating is that Yuuya grew up in this universe, is one of the best pilots in the U.S. Army, but because he was in the U.S. and because he was highly skilled, he never faced Beta until he was doing the test drive with the railgun. And that idea of like, oh, we're dealing with a main character who's really talented at flying and piloting a TSF, but also never had a whole lot of battlefield experience until like he was well involved into the program. And that's again, it's the same idea of this foil of Takaru, because Takaru had a lot of talent, a lot of insight that he brought from his universe into this universe, into the alternative and the unlimiteds, but it took a long time for him to actually get that battlefield experience that really gave him the perspective he needed to actually start making decisions for themselves rather than just reacting to the world around them, which is really cool. Again, that parallel. Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in and say something real quick. That parallel between Takeru and Yuuya about them having a lot of skill but not necessarily experience in the field. For those that may not know, I'm a racing creator mostly. So like I do a lot of motorsports content. I do a lot of sim racing. So I would kind of parallel that to their experience before beta combat is kind of like their simulator experience. It's not exactly, but it's kind of like that. And then they go into the real vehicle or whatever you want to say. Then they actually get hard, cold experience.
And it actually, I would even argue it actually is legitimately that. I mean, think about it. They do almost all their training exclusively in simulations. You'd even argue when they're in the physical TSFs, they're still doing simulated battles out in the field. But even and especially with Takeru, because the simulators were so restrictive on the Yokohama base, they even have so much time literally in actual simulators. So yeah, like I think there's a very strong parallel though. That's really interesting. So when you do your simulations, are you doing the full gear, the real rig up? Because like I'll do flight sims, and I have dual joysticks that I use, to try and get that more authentic feel. But I've also seen for the race simulations, like you can actually get what almost looks like a go-kart setup, where you have like the frame and you have your pedals and your steering your steering wheel stock. Do you have something like that for your channel, or is it a little less intense?
So I'm actually looking at it right now. It's like 2 feet from me. It's a pretty intense frame. I've got a direct drive wheelbase that could snap your wrist if you're not careful. I've got some seat belts and a seat and everything. I go pretty hard on that. So it's pretty nice, but there are more hardcore setups out there. It doesn't move, like those videos you might have seen. But for the most part, it's pretty realistic. Your seating position is exactly like it would be in a car. So I would say it's nice. I've invested a lot of money and time into it, but I would say it's close enough to get a good feel for it.
Interesting. That's pretty cool. Like, it's an investment, obviously, but when it's a passion and a hobby, like, it's neat that you get to have that simulation. And it's always a good reminder, too, that it's not like the simulation is bad, but there is a stark difference. I imagine if you got to get behind the wheels of a Formula One or NASCAR, or heck, even like a high-end, or rally car. I guess, which is your favorite out of those? Like, what if you could pick a dream, like, actual, like, racing vehicle to jump in behind the wheel and try out? Like, what would you take?
So, if you know my backstory, it's pretty obvious which one it is. But back in 2019, I was a professional NASCAR sim racer. So,
oh yeah,
that was what I did. I was NASCAR. So, I would love to do that. But to be honest, I have a lot of respect for all motorsport disciplines. So. It would have to be NASCAR as a first, but road courses in general are a lot of fun. Like the little Corvettes that you see, the race cars, they go around various tracks like Virginia International Raceway, stuff like that. Those would be cool. Those would be my two picks. Formula One is nice, but it's just that doesn't appeal to me as much because the cars are so stuck. They have so much grip that I like sliding around a little bit. That's just my style.
Yeah. So, by the way, we got a comment. Someone was saying that they were commenting on how Hibiki, who's from the Day After series, the main character there, again, another kind of foil for Takeru while we're on that topic, has tons of battle experiences as a confident squad leader. And that's an interesting, another concept, the idea of, like, instead of the Yuuya and Takeru, like, Hibiki is also a very talented pilot and very skilled, but also has been fighting on the front lines primarily and had very little to no interaction with the back line. So that's what his journey is about. He becomes like this regional hero and he becomes part of the elite, like, war dog squad under Marimo. And so he has to kind of wrestle with this idea of, like, I'm not a normal soldier anymore. What does that even mean? And so it's kind of cool how, like, you have now that we have these three, like, I would say parallel main characters, where their feel can be very similar, and their branches of, like, their journeys to the position that they're in are so different, and that perspective that each one offers is really cool. And then
yeah,
James,
Sorry, I would say that Hibiki and Yuya are actually quite opposite in terms of their temperament, but
Yes.
because Hibiki was very down on himself a lot of the time. He would not have a lot of self-confidence.
Yeah, I was more I highlighted the idea personally of like the foil, the idea that like they have like we get a very similar perspective from them, but that their backgrounds are vastly different from each other.
Yeah,
But you're right, like personality wise, there's a bit of a stronger connection between Yuya and Takaru, because Hibiki's struggle was the fact that he kind of started off very humble and having really good perspective on things, and just struggled with understanding how to apply that to people who were not soldiers. He could talk to soldiers and work with soldiers every day and do what it took to fight the fight, but the struggle with the politicking, the terrorists, and having to fight other humans was really distressing to him, and something he struggled with deeply that everyone else struggled with. But I believe we see good examples of Takaru, especially in The Day After, and Yuya, when the time came for them to face real humans in battle. While it was distressing to them, they didn't struggle as much as Hibiki did. So it's a good example of like they are so different, and yet they also fill that main character role so well. It's really interesting how the writers can be so good at having main characters that have a very similar and approachable feel, and yet are so different that we get very unique perspectives from each and every one. And then
it's quite astounding.
It is. It's beautiful. James Brown says, alternative, Takaru sees things from an everyday perspective, but he's also a superhero who saves the world, very different from us. But Yuya has nothing from an interview with Mune. So yeah, like that's true. Like Takaru is kind of like the self-insert hero, which he needed to be. Yuya is like born of pure like grit, determination, and just like rage.
He was a machine
of death and determination, and and that's something that's cool to see, is that he had to build up from nothing, where Takaru, being kind of the more heroic, he had a much shorter time to become that heroic character, but he had the advantage of his previous incarnations and his talent and perspective from the more positive non-beta world, which just gave him advantages and perspectives that no one else was going to have in the alternative universe. And it's funny because, remember, he developed through that perspective, like the operating systems that essentially trivialize a lot of like the grinding training that people were going through in TSF, where they would have to train for months to achieve a certain level of like competency behind the sticks. But his operating system, the operating system that he helped develop, and the shortcuts it helped derive by being able to anticipate complex maneuvers from very simple inputs that's based on video games, was a key to make it so that even very like starter pilots could suddenly fly as if they've been training for months. And like that's something that only could have come from somebody who had been in our universe, who'd seen like the types of simulations that video game companies had to come up with when they had limitations on their computing capabilities when trying to derive complicated button combo and instruction systems. And that's a cool way to kind of bring that superpower of like something you'd never imagine being superpower into our world. Anyway, we should move on because we're talking about, so Yuya deserves to have a lot of talk, and it's good to compare him to other main characters, but we should move on to more the other members of Argus. My favorite, I gotta bring up Vincent, best boy. That's a bit of a spoiler for the end, but like Vincent was my man. He was like, if there was a self-insert in this story for me, it was Vincent. Vincent was the guy who, time and time again, I would be like screaming at the screen, like, why aren't you thinking of this perspective? And then he would just chime in with that exact perspective.
Just say it. Yeah.
So for me, he was the closest thing to my self-insert, and I think that that was on purpose. I think that he is like the voice of reason and able to have. He's like the calm demeanor who thinks like in the big picture, like a lot of the readers like us do. And so he's almost like a foil for the reader who's in the comfortable position outside the story, who can bring up these really important points that might get overlooked if he wasn't there thinking in that perspective. So I thought that was a very cool addition that they did as a writing. Like it's ways, it's kind of like, it's like you can do exposition in a movie, but there's ways to do it that's right, where most of the time you don't want to expose exposition to death and just like talk essentially at the audience, and it becomes really obvious that that's what you're doing. or rather you can have like characters that are vehicles for conversations that are natural within that universe that allow you to still explain parts of that universe to the audience in a way that's organic. And I feel like Vincent was essentially that. He was the organic vehicle for pseudo exposition, and I was really, I think it was very good, especially for a story like Total Eclipse that really was focusing so much on technical back development of things like TSFs and like the politicking that was hinted at in alternative, but like being able to address it directly. It's important that we were able to get context for a lot of stuff that essentially had to be a bit glossed over in alternative.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with your thoughts on Vincent, because he was that person that said what you were thinking a lot of the time, for sure. So it was nice to have him around. He would always be sort of like analytical about everything. It would almost seem like he had a higher thought process than a lot of other characters did. Somehow he could just step back and just look at it from somewhere that usually you can't see when you're in the moment. It was quite magical to see what he could dream up. Then he was just completely spot on a lot of the time.
I think a lot of it comes from a reflection of engineering. My father is actually a mechanical engineer, and he and his personality is very similar to that, where because like when your job is not just theoretical understanding of systems and engines and all of that, but it's an actual hands-on, like his job is literally to like, here's a problem, we don't know what it is, I have to not only discover what the problem is, but I also have to fix it, and I have to do it on a timetable. I think that gears your brain into that type of thinking. So in universe, it really makes sense to me, because his whole world, his whole life and job is about analyzing, breaking down, and solving problems. He just is also a people person, and so he can apply those skills to people as much as he can to a TSF. Not as common, but yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
He definitely could read people well.
Oh yeah, he was good. And then next we got to go for Teresa. She was the first member of Argus we actually met, as she nearly died and simultaneously nearly killed Yuuya all at the same time. Really great.
I like Teresa.
Yeah. So what do you like about her specifically? I like her too, but I want to hear what you think.
So, she added a lot of spice to everything. I love that. She was not afraid to say what she had on her mind. That was a lot different than some other characters, but yeah. She was very entertaining every time she was on. So that was the main part that I liked about her, but she grew a lot as a character too.
She really did, and I think it was not insignificant growth; it was meaningful, which I feel is really important, because like that is a trap I have seen Muv-Luv and other visual novels fall into, which is this idea where character growth, when they're not like a main focus character or like a love interest, tends to be like, oh, they had this point of view and now they've changed it, or like, oh, they didn't like, they fought, these two characters didn't get along and now they've worked out their differences, and that was kind of like all it was. And that's, you gotta admit, like, it's hard when you're juggling so many characters. Like, you can't give them all the same TLC, but I feel like they did a good job with her. Even though she is not a main character, she still got that TLC that was necessary. James Brown,
I get the impression that. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'll read the comment in a bit.
Okay, I was gonna say, I get the impression that she got the most TLC of all the other characters in Argus, besides Yuuya.
That's true.
Because she grew more than anybody, in my opinion.
But she also was the most flawed of the members of Argus besides Yuuya, so it's maybe a reflective of that. Because the others, as we'll talk about in a bit, were pretty established, and I feel like they didn't need to change a whole lot because they had kind of already gone on their journeys. But James Brown comments saying, here's a fun fact. The original translation for Chobi, which is Teresa's nickname, was Chipmunk. It was changed to Tiny at the request of Yoshimune Koki himself in the translation process.
That's funny.
It's interesting. I wonder why. Maybe he just didn't like the sound of that, or maybe it felt too childish. I wonder. Like, translations is really interesting when you have to cross that barrier between different games and different like cultures. There's a lot of, even now, there's still a ton of debate even about like I remember, was it it's the one with like the bullying senpai and the nerdy quiet kid who are like in a pseudo relationship. I can't remember what that was called. It was like came out like a year or two ago. But I remember
I think I saw that.
people were really upset because there was some like the translators were using kind of modern slang in their translation, and like I was remember talking to some people who like spoke Japanese and like listening to some of their inputs on it, and I remember like everyone had different opinions, but they like some of the things they were pointing out. So they're saying like, look, like in the Japanese they're using like kind of the quote modern lingo that would be common for younger people in Japan right now, and so the translation like fits, but then you could also argue that it can feel really inauthentic when you see a translation that feels culturally relevant to you rather than trying to feel more appropriate to that language. And the thing is, like, I can kind of agree with both. And I imagine that that's something that comes up a lot is when you're translating, it's like you have to walk that line of trying to make it relatable to the culture in which the language you're translating to help it so you can try and like communicate the nuance that might get lost in a word for word translation. But then at the same turn, you want to respect the original context of the phrasing and don't want to, if you get too loose with it, it can really muddy up like the actual intent. And that could be really tough. That's a tough line to walk. And I feel like no one's ever going to be truly happy with it, especially when you have language and syntax that is so alien to each other. Because Japanese, the history of Japanese and the way it developed and its phonics is just so different than English and its phonics in history that the bridging that gap is really challenging.
Yeah, I also wanted to say, I think, if I remember correctly, someone in the story did use the name Chipmunk in the translation for Teresa. I don't know who it was, but she was called that at one point, I believe.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's kind of interesting.
James continues. He says he felt it was too undignified. I guess, which I can see that makes sense. Like Tiny is also undignified, but it also like it feels more like a military nickname rather than a chipmunk, which sounds more like a childhood, like something you call someone on a playground. But he says he was consulted a bit for the official translations to make sure he had all his approval. And also worth noting, the 42069 joke in the Soviet arc was in the Japanese version.
Okay.
They got the internet over there too, I guess. It makes sense. Okay, so now kind of moving on to the rest, and these are definitely going to be a much shorter spotlight. So Stella, funny enough, the internet, I kind of jump on Twitter, quote X, a little bit, and it actually exploded in the Muv-Luv circles not too long ago because I guess her official, like her canon birthday was like yesterday or the day before, and so like randomly I just saw a bunch of fan art of Stella. Now Stella's fun because I liked how when she was introduced, her character design's interesting. It feels very particular. I'm not gonna judge people's taste. I just think it's interesting when they give characters very blatant assets that they flaunt all the time. It's like, okay, I mean, you do you. But
did she flaunt it that much though? Did she? I don't know.
She wore a lot of tank tops that were very very small.
Oh, you mean physically? I thought you meant like in conversation she flaunted it.
No. But she was. I like her as a character. I think. I just feel like sometimes the character design can sometimes get. I have no problem with making your characters gorgeous and making them have sex appeal. That's honestly kudos. It makes us all bigger fans, and it's easy to fall in love with the character design. But sometimes I feel like the character design starts to overshadow the character, especially when they're not a prominent main character. Where Stella's, she's a prominent character, but she's, like we talked about before, she doesn't get as much character development. She's more of a catalyst character rather than like a shaper of a lot of the key events. And she's really critical. She's really important, and I feel like she doesn't get sidelined or anything, but it, like you just said with Teresa, she doesn't get as much development. She's kind of more of there to be a foil and a mover between characters that are at odds. She often was that bridge, especially with Yuuya. She was kind of the bridge character that got Yuuya to step away from her self-isolationism, which is like her main, her go-to defense when she's uncomfortable. She just goes and hides and works her butt off. And Stella was like the person who kind of helped coax her out of that enough to where she could actually confront the issues she was having with herself or the other characters of Argus.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like characters that have the design that's similar to Stella start to be identified by the assets, not by
Yeah.
character.
And that's
So
the problem when I end up having is that their design can overshadow their role. I think Stella's a fantastic character that gets but she becomes more almost even in the game. There was I could even picture like one of the cards is like they're doing like some downtime and they're playing a card game, and the slide for the card game is just Stella, just very prominent, like she has like cards in her hand and a smile on her face, and then just boobs. It's like 30-40% of the whole screen. It's like, I understand and I get it, but I also feel like there's a point where it's so like overbearing. It's like you start detracting from the genuinely good character you have. There's nothing wrong again with that design, but when your design becomes so much of the front and center, that starts to degrade it, not degrade, but I feel like it undermines the fantastic character that you've built for Stella. So that's one of my gripes, is that I feel like they overplayed her character design and underplayed how critical she was. I mean, think about her. The introduction for her was so good, where they were doing the initial test where it was like the sub fight where Teresa, essentially it was supposed to be Teresa versus Yuuya, but it was Yuuya, Stella versus Teresa and Vario. And I loved how, because Yuuya recognized Teresa was going to be laser focused on taking him down, Yuya's plan to defeat her was literally to draw her out and then let Stella take her out from the side, because she'd get so like obsessed with taking Yuuya down, and he just planned on her being blindsided by that. I loved that. That was a great way to display Stella's talent, Yuya's skill at analyzing battle tactics, and Teresa's need for growth. It was such a powerful storytelling moment. And I think that might be one of the strengths of whoever was writing Total Eclipse. I think all Muv-Luv does this well, but Total Eclipse's greatest strength is the ability to communicate character through action. That's something that a lot of stuff can struggle to do. Like, you look at a lot of combat movies and shows, very rarely do you have genuine character communication, like motivations and personality that comes across through the combat. Usually the combat's like, oh, action, sequence, cool, this looks awesome. But to have these things be like, oh, this is going to be like really powerful. This is a powerful moment of like, look at what just happened, how that played out, and how that tells me so much about those three characters. And that's so cool. Before, like, I want you to jump in if you have got anything, but first I got a comment here I do want to address. I'm fan. You want to talk about the Master and his connection with other spin-offs? Be careful. Swarzenmarken is a game that I believe someday will be translated. Apparently it's in the works, but I've heard it's been in the works for like 5 years now and I haven't seen anything. So I'm going to hold out hope that I won't have to rely on just the anime and be able to actually play the translation. So be careful with that one, because I don't want to be spoiled too much for it, because I've heard so many good things. We will be talking about the Master down the road, so keep that in mind. I will be talking about it, but like, just limit how much you say about what the Master is involved in specific titles that are actually games. But if you want to talk about stuff that the Master's been up to behind the scenes that aren't directly related to other like titles that could be translated, I don't mind that. Just be careful. Again, you remember, part of what makes it so fun to cover this stuff on the channel is you get to journey with me through the stories and see my like reactions, thoughts, and like my theories. And so we don't want to accidentally spoil things for me, because that'll make it so that it's not as fun when that time comes. But yeah, when we talk about the Master, absolutely, feel free to talk about stuff that might be less known or was just vaguely referenced that might be fun to talk about. Just, again, please be careful. Anyway, so do you have anything you want to share your thoughts-wise about Stella?
Before I do that, I would want to let you know my internet died about 2 minutes ago, so I wasn't here for
you
some
were
of
like
that conversation.
Gone. Dang, it didn't even let me know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It just happens. But
Okay, you didn't miss much. I was mostly reading a comment, so we're good.
I figured that out right at the end. But Stella, you pretty much mirrored everything I was thinking. But um, she didn't really need the slight objectification that she got.
Yeah.
She didn't really need all those fancy camera poses. Like it would have been enough to just have a wide angle shot
Yeah, I
for
mean,
the cards.
you can have a great looking character and not make that the focus. Like, I understand that fan service is like a core aspect of visual novels, like it's almost cultural, but at the same time, there's like when you've got such a great story, you don't need like I think fan service can often be a crutch for like lacking story elements. That's why like a lot of the Sakura games or the other games like that are essentially just fan service with like a plot stapled on. It's like it's essentially it's like like that for me. I don't like that because not because it has fan service, but because like the fan service is the point rather than like an aspect of a story. I'm here for the story. I'm here for characters. And Stella didn't need that. She's such a great character. You're right. I agree with that. Okay. James says, cannot speak for the future, would love to see Schwarzenegger and Markin get a full release on full in the final untranslated entry and the only entry other than the trilogy consistently makes readers cry. Yeah, I've heard from many people that it is like on top tier. People put it up with like Total Eclipse and Schwarzenegger. Markin. I've actually heard Schwarzenegger. I'm sure I'm slaughtering it. I'm sorry. I've heard they put it above Total Eclipse, but like it's usually like a battle, and just barely underneath alternative. Like those three are like at the top. When it comes to the Muv-Luv universe. And then another comment. I don't know saying your name because it's just like it's like S and then numbers. But you're saying fire testing of the EML 99X electromagnetic induction launcher in Total Eclipse actually helps the deployment of the XG7D Susano 4. These little connections are genius. Yeah, we'll get to that too because we're gonna get to plot. Oh god, we're gonna be here all night. But
That's okay.
all right, so last few of Argus we're going to talk about. So Vario, he's our friendly neighborhood Italian ladies man. Ironic, he talks about ladies, and I'm sure he gets the ladies, but we never actually see him get ladies. So
yeah,
it makes you wonder if he's all talk, but you then get a bit of a delivery when they're in Kamchatka, where he actually is able to get like some hushed information about like the movements of the Russian troops. And he says he got it through like a lady that he was wooing. So he probably actually delivers. I mean, he's a good-looking guy. He's pretty charming, if obnoxious. But he's obnoxious in the fun way. I didn't ever find him to be a character I wanted to like. I was tired of seeing. I just like he just made me roll my eyes all the time.
He was a little cringy, for sure.
Again, though,
sometimes.
like cringy, but he also delivers. It's like if you got the stuff. I mean, it kind of gives you bragging rights, but it still is like, okay, whatever, dude. Let's move on. Talk about like actual meaningful stuff and like quit telling Yuuya to just go get laid. Like, I don't think that's actually gonna fix his problems.
No, but stress relief, things. But anyway,
Fair.
It wasn't his name Valerio, or was it?
It's Valerio.
I
but Vario is like a shorter version of it. I could look it up if we need to.
I was confused. I think it's Valerio. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter. What does matter is we do hear reference to him in there's the short story that takes place on the Italian peninsula that actually has his sister in it. It's a very small. It's a small little story, but I think it's it covers the deployment of the Typhoon, because his sister was like one of the test deployers of the Typhoon TSF in the European front, if I recall correctly. And so I heard about him a little bit way back then, and people mentioned at the time, like, hey, try and remember that name because he'll become important later. And so that's where he comes in. So that's one of the interesting tie-ins there that's like a really subtle. But one thing I do want to say this about Muv-Luv is Muv-Luv's got a really interesting... They've balanced something that I think stuff like Marvel and Disney in general is just not great at, which is making references to shared universes without it being like super like on the nose and overbearing. Like everyone in this universe, like we meet these characters from across all these different places, and they like have their actions can influence each other, or they're related to each other, or they trade with each other, but it tends not to just slap you across the face with that information. It's like really subtle with it most of the time, and I really love that. I love that they don't. I mean, pardon how crude it is, but essentially, I'm glad that Muv-Luv as a series and as a writing, it doesn't tend to have this feeling like it has to like jerk itself off to other making references to itself.
Yeah, I understand that. It's a lot more subtle with it, and when you do realize it, it's more rewarding to realize it. Like, it's really cool that light bulb goes off in your head.
Yeah, you're right. So you're right, by the way. It's Valerio Giacosa. Valerio Giacosa.
Yes.
I hope I'm saying that right. I feel like I'm doing it okay. not perfect, but all right.
It's okay. It's fine.
Sorry. When I change screens on my other monitor for some reason, it kind of flashes like the background I have going on here. But yeah, so we got Valerio and then Dogulu. Again, Dogulu is really interesting because as the commander, most of the time commanders tend to take a bit of a back seat. I like how we do get into his backstory with the terrorist attack, which we'll talk about probably a little bit more. But while we're talking about him, I just kind of want to talk about this idea of like how he's this character who's like, he fell from grace, but his fall from grace was disobeying an order to save civilians. And that's a really interesting like concept to explore, where like he made a choice to save people whom he signed up to in a war to save. But because of those actions, a majority of his combat squad was killed, and major military assets were actually lost. Like, they lost ground against the beta. Yeah, the beta were going to slaughter civilians, but the idea was they were hoping they could still hold that position until reinforcements arrived, and they could they'd lose the people, but they would be able to maintain the defensive position. But instead, they lost it all, and he was able to save thousands of people, but militarily they lost a really critical choke point. And so he was punished because of that. And that's a really interesting dilemma. It reminds me a lot of the same type of dilemma that's brought up in I end up making these odd comparisons, but one of my favorite games, which is Knights of the Old Republic, where they talk about Revan and his ability to make choices that on the surface seemed evil but militarily made a lot of sense. And is it okay to sacrifice innocent people willingly and knowingly if it means that you get a greater victory that could save more people theoretically in the future? Where's that right decision? It's almost like a trolley problem.
Depends on your mindset.
Yeah.
Because, you can politically make the right decision, but it all depends on what you're prioritizing.
Exactly.
So, I don't know. Because what he decided to do was not politically the right decision, but for his values and his laurels, what he always built himself upon, that was the right decision. So he made it.
Yeah, and I like how even in the end he says, do I regret making that decision? No. I simply regret that I wasn't able to do more than the role I've been given since then. His biggest regret was that his decision took him away from the front. He's going to do his best. He talks about how I don't regret my choice, and I'm going to do my absolute best and accept the consequences, but I wish I could still be out there fighting, defending the people I wanted to defend, rather than being back here just working on these working with test pilots. That was his biggest regret, and I thought that was a really cool way to do it. And I also love how he had that direct connection where these terrorists, how horrible would it be? Remember, so he sacrifices his career, his friends, and his potentially and ever since then he's wrestled whether or not he did the right thing, only to find that some of the people he directly saved were now attacking the base as terrorists, trying to destroy it, trying to free beta on a population, and trying to set off the red line. All of that were perpetuated by some of the people he specifically saved that day. That's nightmare fuel. I'm glad they gave it a time and attention, but because he's also like a side character, it wasn't like the main focus. But like that reality of like him having to confront and even being like called out by Valentine, where she's just like, "Hey, you saved my life. You should be the one who understands what we're fighting for the most. Why aren't you fighting with us?" And just be like, his reaction is like, "Oh my, no, this is literally my own past haunting me again." And like I'm potentially gonna lose the people I'm working for. My squad again might die right now, and I might die right now because of as a direct kind of fallout of the choice I made like decades ago. Like that's such a crazy just turnaround, and it was so heartbreaking.
It was. I don't. You still can't really say that he made the wrong decision, because how in the world are you gonna know that?
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, you just can't. That was an incredible circumstance that cropped up, and they portrayed it very well. They definitely, it was very dramatic in that moment, and it was fun to watch it, but it was kind of painful at the same time to go through that emotional process that he went through. It's just, it wasn't fun to be reliving, I guess, all of that anguish that he went through after his first decision, and all of that was coming back. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, I also do like how we got to see, though, because he was a leader and he was very good. I really like how he exemplified walking the line of like taking no crap, dealing no nonsense, but also being grounded enough to allow for like the wiggle room when when times called for it, or to trust in people even if it was like going against what would normally be okay. He really did a great job of just being a commander to even like Yuuya. Like he was an inspiration for her, where she would be reminded like, oh, he's right, like I'm being too stiff right now, or yeah, he understands what it means to have faith in your people, even if even if all logic says that like it's too risky. Like she learned a lot from him, and he was exemplary as a leader. And then when the terrorist attack happened, he goes full commando and like is like soloing HQ by himself for the majority of the day, where they're like it's like they're trying to track a ghost. And I love that they explored the idea of like he's not only competent at TSF piloting and competent as a commander, but he's also competent as a soldier. Because you often forget, like, because TSFs become like the focus for a lot of the pilots, you forget the majority of them are also very competent, like on the ground troops, because they also have to go through
soldiers.
Yeah, they have to go to train for that, but we don't focus on it because the TSFs are a lot more fascinating. But he was a great example of just like, yeah, these guys are like the elite, and if you like they'd be terrifying to have to fight one-on-one, like genuinely terrifying.
He went full Metal Gear Solid on that.
Yeah, he did. I think I even commented on that. I was like, is he hiding under a box around the corner? All right, so that's Team Argus I want to focus on. So I want to dive a bit into like the plot now. So I kind of like the intro is ultimately it's the team building arc, and the focus on the introduction of the Shiranui second as a concept. There's not a whole lot to say here that I haven't already talked about. I talked about the Teresa fight with Takeru. I guess not Takeru. What did I talk about? Yuuya. My brain is already falling apart. But the other aspect is the fight between Yuuya and Yui, which, man, in hindsight, the context of their like bickering and their fighting and their headbutting, I love how contextualized it became when we realized how they're related and siblings. They didn't even know it, because like at the time it was like, wow, yeah, they're so similar. It makes sense that they're butting heads with each other. I think it's funny that they have like this mutual like hatred for what each other represents, but that becomes this mutual respect and a foundation for a really strong bond. And then like we find out about their connection, and then you're like, if you look back at that stuff, you're like, oh my gosh, like it was almost telling us from day one that they were related. Even the way that they look, like their hair and like their like the way that they like that the artist draws like their builds, it really screams that they're related. And yet you never, like, I never even considered that possibility. Like, it never even crossed my mind it could have been a potential thing. And I love that. I love that, like, the signs are there. That's good writing. Putting signs in for future reveals that, like, have that mind-blowing moment where you're like, your eyes feel like they open, and you're like, oh my gosh, like, I remember that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And you just, like, get that kind of culmination there. That was what the reveal of their relationship and, like their literal relation to each other. That was what it was for me.
Yeah, their headstrong personalities definitely drew them into a fight, no matter what happened. Really, uh, it was fun to see that. But you're right. Going back to the fight itself, with the context of them being related, it's so obvious that they were. At the time, you didn't know though. It was subtle enough that it went right over your head.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really well balanced and well done. Again, kudos. Again, we're talking about some really premier writers that are involved in most of these Muv-Luv projects. I won't say every single Muv-Luv side story is genius. They're not. There are some that are kind of but there's so many of them that showcase just a real genuine grasp of how you write and craft a story and characters, because it blows my mind that we have such good writing for this. It's unbelievable. And then I guess the other thing is the Shirinu second. I guess the philosophy behind it I like a lot. This idea of taking an existing model and being able to upgrade it like serially, as opposed to trying to make a brand new line of TSF. I do think they did a good job of selling the pitch. I feel like we almost lost the plot of the Shirinu second about halfway through. Maybe not halfway through, maybe like 2/3 of the way through, starting with after the terrorist attack and the blue flag collapsed in on itself, and they start retesting against the Barkut. I feel like it stopped being about we're trying to design the next mainline TSF, and started becoming ooh, we have this secret super version of the Shirinu second that's gonna make it like Black Widow 2.0. And that's cool, but I really enjoyed the concept of working with an idea of how do we make, because we know the Muv-Luv universe is chock full of specialized TSFs. The Takuma Kazuchis are a great example of this is what you can do with an optimal machine of pure awesomeness. And then you also have the Raptors that are again this is a pure cutting edge super TSF meant to be a killer of other TSFs. It's we get these amazing TSF builds and constructions. I was really enamored with the idea of essentially making the common soldiers TSF an upgrade. I liked that a lot, and I think that it was a brilliant storytelling point, and one that I feel like we actually kind of lose the plot of in the second half, sadly.
Yeah, it was abandoned by the special modifications that followed. Pretty much, they just kind of forgot about it being a mass producible thing. I don't think that was going to happen with all the special stuff they did to it.
I think there's something about it though that I did like about that. I feel like we lost that side of it, but if you think about the practicality of it outside of the story, there is something to consider that is kind of interesting. Because if they kept that secret, the super upgrades that were part of Phase 3, think about this idea of you get approval to upgrade the Shirinu seconds across the whole flight. The Shirinu seconds across the whole fleet, right? But then you can select specific people whom you trust who get Phase 3 upgrades. So you have a fleet of Shirinu seconds that all look roughly the same, and everyone expects to be able to behave the same. But then you have core elites, highly trusted, essentially super soldier or sleeper soldier agents that are in anti-TSF TSFs that are just sprinkled through the mass army that you'd never recognize had these upgrades, being able to siphon fuel, having the stealth capabilities. So imagine a Japanese military that has a fully suited out, kitted out army of Shirinu seconds, but then has a second, a secretive sub army of anti-TSF hunters in the army ranks. That would have been a really interesting idea to follow through on, because if they'd actually obscured everything all the way through, I think that was kind of the plan, was to have a fleet of Shirinu seconds, and then having every once in a while you just had this stealth TSF just in the army that could be deployed at the drop of a hat and be so secretly deployed you'd never know that it was actually in the field operating until it was taking you down.
That was going to be hard to hide with all the political intrigue around that, though.
Yeah, I mean,
there was too many eyes.
if they hadn't had the last second political switch up that was the Berkut, I think it was going to work perfectly. I think that the introduction of the Berkut and the performance of the Scarlet Twins with it that they were obscuring, which clever sales pitch would be like, oh, look at our TSF, it's amazing. Not talking about how like the Scarlet Twins could have done that in like a training Fubuki and still been that deadly. It had nothing to do with the TSF. The TSF was fine, but like it was the pilots. It was not the TSF. But they were selling the TSF, not the pilots. But if that hadn't happened,
can you imagine if?
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I was saying, can you imagine if the driver of a car made that big of a difference to the performance of the car in real life?
That's an interesting idea. Like a professional race car driver that's just so good that they could take a non-specialized race car or an old, outdated version of like a NASCAR, like maybe a 10-year-old NASCAR, and get on the track and still win against like modern technology. That'd be crazy.
It's just an interesting thing to think about, because that's like saying that one person is that far above every other professional. That's nuts. That's kind of what they were, the Scarlet Twins. They were just that much better at the job.
But it makes you think about it. It's like the application. What if you had a professional race car driver who literally could read the minds and surface thoughts of all the cars around them? So they would essentially be they could tap into like the head radios and brains of every other racer, knowing when they were going to do a cut or they were going to swing wide. And if you knew that every time, I bet you could literally just make you'd be able to take every risky shot. You'd be able to take every every straightaway with a lot more confidence. You'd be able to I'm trying to imagine. I bet you it actually would be applicable if you literally could read the minds of the other racers, which is essentially what they do, which is why they were so scary.
There is a style of racing called super speedway racing where it's basically just chess. So they would be unbeatable at that. There's no question about it. They could just read everybody's decisions. So that would be amazing.
That's crazy. It's nice that we're talking about this, because I think that I wanted to actually talk about this now, because I want to talk about the Scarlet Twins, like a bit more of an in-depth dive into them. But real quick, Emerald fan saying had a couple comments saying the Sheer New Second is basically a Gundam Mark II and Yagen. And also followed up saying, and the Berkut is essentially a Nuwa Gundam and Unicorn combined without the Nuwa type devices. I don't know enough about Gundam to be able to say, but Daniel Games says that it's true, and so I'm going to trust you on that. It's going to be sad. I'm sure this sounds like heresy to a lot of you, but Gundam's one of those series that I'm pretty sure I will love, but because there's just so much of it, it's really tough to make myself approach, because I feel like I'm kind of a completionist about stuff like this, as you see with Muv-Luv. Like, how many years have I been doing Muv-Luv now? So it's like Gundam is one of those series that I'm sure I would love, but like I'd want to start at the beginning and I'd want to follow all the way through. And it's like I look at that and it's just like so much. It makes me just like I don't know if I have time. It's the same thing with like One Piece. I've never watched One Piece or Naruto. Never watched Naruto. It's just there's so much content. It's like I don't know if I have it in me to commit. And I would just feel bad if I started and never finished it properly. And so it's just like sometimes I just kind of wash my hands of it and it's like, I don't know if I'll do it. Maybe someday. I tell you what,
if you did it in the format you do it now, it would take like 10 years.
Exactly. It's like if I stop doing YouTube, I might have the time. This YouTube takes up like almost every free hour I have. I pour it directly into the channel, so I have very little time to do things like play my video games on the side in private, which is a good example. Like I love making content for YouTube and like making this stuff because I get to play and digest these games that I truly love. But if I didn't truly love it, I don't think I would be able to do it because it literally takes every free moment I have, besides like little snippets here and there. I'm happy to do, but it's like I'm offering it as perspective. I just like if I had time to sit down and watch anime, I'm usually making content instead. But anyway, so Scarlet Twins, Kriska was interesting because I remember thinking I forgot for the first like third of the game that this is the canon story. I think I think I was egged on a little bit by some of the commenters, like asking me like, oh, which would you choose, Yuuya or Kriska? And so I was thinking like, oh, which route should I go down? I genuinely assumed that there was going to be a routing path and you got to have different endings.
I
So
wasn't sure either when I played through it.
it's hard to tell. Like you gotta you can forget that if it says alternative, it's canon, and if it's unlimited, then it's free for all. But you forget that. And so I was asking myself, like, which route would I choose? And Kriska's interesting because for the first while, I was not that interested in Kriska as a character. I was like, she's cool, she's interesting, but like, how do you hold a candle to Yui? But then we got to the second arc after like Kamchatka and like the interactions that Yuya started having with Kriska and Inya, and it really took a turn around. And her adorkable awkwardness, that's a pretty solid sell. Like, how do you not fall for that? It's just like it's just she's one of the most adorable characters we've ever seen, I think, in any of the Muv-Luvs, which is something to say. We've had a lot, but just her whole ice princess, but slowly melting into this like just this goofy girl. And that's just such a fun transition. It's hard to not just kind of fall for it, just like Yuya did.
The sheer innocence and obliviousness was endearing. That's for sure.
It's yeah, it'd be hard, especially, and then like just the little things like the little outing they went on, and like how he got her like the little present, like wasn't like a hand mirror, like a pocket mirror or something. And she was just like, I will treasure this for the rest of my life. And it's just like, calm down. It was like $5 mirror. But it's like, how do you not like feel that, like, I don't know. It can be so hard because like in real life, you like somebody, even if you're just close friends with somebody, and you can be like, I just want to make this day special for you. Like it's a birthday or some kind of special event. They could be your partner. They could be just a friend. It doesn't matter. Like if you're approaching this kind of situation, you're like, I want to make this day special for you. And you can hem and haw, and you can stress about it, like Yuya was, where he's just like, I just want to make sure we have a good time, and it's so stressful and so like something you have mull over. And then he gives her this tiny little present that's essentially a throwaway, like something he just like randomly grabbed and it's like, here, have this. And then to have it be like one of the most meaningful things, like the first present she's ever been given, and have it be like one of the most like treasured moments of her entire life, and have her just explain that in such simple terms, it'd be like, it's just like, wow, just being able to feel like go ahead.
It's very similar to what Takeda did with Maya.
Yeah,
because of the present. It's like, I forgot about it, let's get her something.
And then she's just like, it's the best thing, most important thing in my life. That was an interesting flip though, because she literally had like the whole world. She could have literally whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted, pretty much from birth. Even when she was the dismissed twin, which I still think is a crazy thing, but like even then she still had essentially whatever she needed at the time. She could ask and boom, it would be there. And so for her, it was never the object. It was always the sentimentality. And so, like, and that's what blew her away. Like, he could give her a used tissue, but if he gave it to her saying, here, I want you to have this, that would make it the most treasured thing for Maya, because she's like, I can't get this. I could never pay to be given something from somebody I care about. Like, no money in the world can make that happen. So like, I'll take whatever I can get from the man I love. And like that's again, like, I mean, Maya's amazing. I could see why, again, that similar sentimentality, I find it a very appealing one. I can see the character pull there, and I can see Kriska, like, she's genuinely powerful, and like, man, her story's sad. Oh my gosh. Like we'll probably talk about it in more detail in the future, but I just have to say this right now, is like her story and like the way it ended was one of the most beautiful stories we have seen in Muv-Luv, because it was an all or nothing type deal, and it was literally, she literally gave her all. I thought till the end that they might have a Deus Ex Machina save that actually did come through for Inya, but like the fact that they followed through, and that Kriska literally spent her like last few days like running away with Yuuya, exploring this love that she'd grown, that she never had any reference for, or any way to really interpret or understand, because she'd been raised as a doll rather than a person. and she got to like experience these emotions right up to the end of her life. Like the last few things that she got to experience in her life was love that she didn't even really know existed until like a few weeks before then. And that's an insane story to tell, and it was so beautifully done, but it was so just awful. Like at the same time, it hurt so much.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. But the interesting perspective that I saw was when they brought up the fact that Kriska was not sure whether the feelings were really hers or not.
Oh yeah,
That's even more confusing for her.
God, that'd be so
And
hard.
painful.
It'd be hard because like
Yeah.
not knowing if you can trust your own thoughts is already kind of scary enough for most people, and yet like when you have that like psychic connection and that dehumanization that you've gone through her whole life. Her whole life she was essentially told like you're a soldier and you are a tool to be used against the Beta and to serve against the Soviet nation. So when she was confronting her own human feelings and she has no context for them, and there's a very legitimate possibility that those emotional feelings and that connection that she felt with Yuuya was artificial, because most everything else that she had ever experienced was artificial. It's like, and there was like a legitimate like logic to it too. Like you could explain like there really might have been all fake. It might not have been real for like from beginning to end. And like that sucks. That's like, especially because in the end, like that was her whole world. She'd given up everything to try and actualize those feelings, and it makes you wonder, like, even to like the point where she died, did she doubt? She talked about it like she didn't anymore, but like she probably did. She probably was trying to ignore it, but like that's really a sad way to kind of think about it. It's just like the very end, like was she still wondering if like her feelings were real?
Well, I think what Yuya said in that moment was powerful anyway. I think I can't quote it, but he said something to the effect of that they feel the feelings now, so what does it matter?
Yeah. I think that there's a genuine logic, and that's what I want to scream. That's kind of what I wanted to scream at her in that moment. Like if I could reach through the screen and story and like talk to them, and that's what I would have wanted to say. But it's also like, if you've ever been in a position where you're doubting yourself, even if everyone around you is clamoring like, oh no, like your feelings are legitimate, or your talent is legitimate, or like your dream is worthwhile, keep pursuing it, keep pushing for it, there's still that tiny voice inside you that's like refuses to quiet down. Like those doubts are always there gnawing at the back of your mind. And so it's like, it doesn't matter, and those feelings were real, and it doesn't matter even if they were artificial to begin with. They became real. They became actualized. She followed through. She was willing to make sacrifices for those feelings, for Inya and for Yuuya. So those feelings were as legitimate as they ever could get. But convincing yourself of that's tough, because
It's a little.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say it's a little bit like starting a relationship with a lie, where you don't want to do that. You really don't want to do that. But if you get far into that relationship enough to trust each other with coming clean with everything, including that, and you're both okay with it, what does it matter?
Yeah.
You know, at that point, if it doesn't, like, as long as you're both okay with the foundation being a little bit cracked, that's it. Like, that's all that matters, is you're okay with it.
Exactly. Real quick before we move on, Daniel Games, you'd probably bring up about Takaru and his finding of the JFK hive from the day after. I agree. That was very heartbreaking. It was actually, I was surprised that was the twist there. But yeah, like I think a lot of, like that's a running theme through a lot of Muv-Luv, is this idea of like trying to confront your feelings and always wrestling with that very human question of like, is this real, or is it like, am I worthy of it? That's another question that comes up a lot. Like I think Yuuya struggled with on his side for when it came to his feelings for Kriska, is that he was like, do I have the right to follow my passion? Like when he sprung her out of jail and then abandoned Inya, he feels like, do I have the right to abandon Enya for the woman I love? And like then the Sandek threw out that whole line to him saying like, are you willing to subject her to abject like torture and painful death in order to satisfy your carnal desires? Like that was a legitimate barb. Like Sandek had a point.
She was gonna have that done anyway, though. That's the problem. I think, wasn't she? She was gonna die that way to begin with.
Oh boy.
They were just gonna research her.
Yeah, so I'm going to say right here, we have a comment from Mr. STS Fan 1. After Yuuya died, I stopped reading Total Eclipse. Is it worth the finish? Yeah! You better leave. We're going to talk about some pretty big spoilers, but absolutely finish it.
Speaking of that, this is my fault, but I haven't seen the very end of the day after.
Ooh.
So, oops.
Yeah, you should. It's good.
I started the last part, but I haven't finished it yet.
You should really finish it, especially because apparently there's another one coming out eventually. We'll see though.
Yeah, I'll get to it.
I feel like the problem with Anchor and like the Muv-Luv franchise is that they really tried to push from 2020 to 2023 like a big like revitalization of the Muv-Luv brand, and I feel like a lot of the projects they were trying to like kind of bank on fell flat. So I'm wondering if they found enough success to kind of follow through with everything they wanted to do. I'm really happy because they translated a crap load of stuff for us, which is awesome. But I'm worried about like the day after, like the next part of the day after, Marken, you know, like that translation. I'm worried about that because we haven't heard anything in a while. But they canceled or shuttered a lot of the other projects. I mean, it sounds like though their mobile game's doing pretty good, so that alone might be able to bankroll the rest of the stuff they want to do. But yeah, Mr. STS fan, I'd love to have you here, but we are going to talk about a lot of stuff in this. Like this is full spoilers. Like we're not holding anything back.
Kind of already have.
Yeah, but I don't know if they've been here for the whole thing. I think they might have just jumped in. But yeah, no, you want to finish it because yeah, there's some pretty strong reveals that you missed out on that I think would be very much tickle your fancy. So if you're a Yuuya fan, you really should finish it. Anyway. Let's talk about Enya, because she's the other half of the Scarlet Twin. I think one of the best reveals was that she was the psychomaniac that was always driving to kill. I genuinely thought it was Kriska that was the more violent one, because in the intro sequence when like Teresa's fighting with them, like the voice that you hear is the lower pitched voice that sounds like Kriska, which it really might have been, because remember they kind of when they go into like their mind meld mode where they're kind of synchronized. So, like, it might have been Kriska's voice actor talking at the time, and as a way of kind of throwing us off. And I think that's pretty brilliant, because I genuinely thought Enya was kind of the facilitator, and that Kriska was, like, the driving force. But then to have that reveal, they're like, oh no, Enya is the bloodthirsty maniac, and Kriska's there to try and rein her in. I was like, that's a cool little twist to have, like, the cute little, like, the cute girl, like, the young-looking... It's interesting, too, because, like, she's also the older of the two. Which is an interesting kind of one of those anime moments where it's like, oh, okay, so she's the little girl, but she's actually the older one. All right.
Plot. Yeah.
It's like, wonder why they did that.
Yeah.
But I just liked that she was kind of like the focus of the entire strategy, and that she was so critical to everything, while she's also such a sweetheart with her little teddy bear. Oh, what was his name? I always forget. Misha the bear.
Yes.
So good.
I actually know of a person in real life named Misha.
Oh, really?
Kind of funny, yeah.
That's cute.
Ironically enough, he's a racing driver.
There you go.
Yeah.
He'll always be a teddy bear in our hearts, though. Enya, I'm trying to think if there's anything else specifically. I liked how Enya was also able to, like, she fell for Yuuya, but not in the sense that, like, her attraction to Yuuya wasn't ever predicated by an actual like attraction, but rather just being pulled by the negative emotions. It's so interesting to have a character that has the juxtaposition of being such a cute and seemingly innocent character who's really naive and sweet, but on the inside is just drawn to all the darkest aspects of humanity. She brings out the darkest aspects of the Scarlet Twins. And that without her being reined in, she literally might become a psychopath that would just start killing indiscriminately. It's such an interesting juxtaposition, and I thought that was a really fun idea to explore.
I wonder if you looked at Inya's attraction to Yuuya from a different lens, like, would her attraction be considered the most pure or the most unpure? Because it's like, I don't know.
I'd argue it would be the most pure, but lead to the most impure action.
Yes.
Where she would rip his spine out.
That sounds about right.
It is interesting. I also really loved, like, one thing about Kriska and Inya in general is the insights that it actually gives without explicit. Again, it's one of those things where Muvlu's great about tying characters together, but not being super explicit about it. But learning about Kriska and Inya's past and the way that they operate, the psychic connections that they have, the inhibitors and what they're there for, and some of the side effects of why they look the way they look, the way they act the way they act. It also is this almost like a breakdown of Kasumi, who is still, even through all of Alternative and all the reveals you get about her through Alternative, is still kind of an enigma of a character. And it's we learn through. MLR fan is also even bringing about Kasumi at the same time. Is they both is both different when interacting with the main characters, and Kasumi is different, but it builds us this idea of we get so much insight on the program, the M3 program, and what it was, and how it translates into Alternative 4 and Alternative 5. And just this idea, I loved that, because now when I look back on Kasumi and the way she looks and behaves, it's oh, that makes a lot more sense now. And I think it's kind of cool that it's almost in a way a reflective back to that heralding of Alternative, but it never sitting there. It's not there trying to exposition to us about, oh, this is why Kasumi looks like this and why she behaves like this. It's no, we have Inya and Kriska. They're their own independent characters, but because they're part of the same program, we get a good insight into Kasumi as well, and I love that.
Was it ever disclosed to us in Alternative that Kasumi had her growth stunted? I can't remember.
It's not
in the same way.
Yuko tells Takeru that she's the same age as Takeru, and he just doesn't believe her. He thinks that she's joking, but I think it was legitimate. And they always treat her like a little kid because she looks really young and is really quiet. But it strongly implies that her growth was stunted because of that type of line. But it was delivered in a way that was kind of like a throwaway, where because Yuko Sensei is one of the most unreliable expositors ever in fiction, where you can't tell when she's literally telling you the truth or when she's just blatantly messing with you. That's because she doesn't show emotion. Exactly. Yeah. She delivers it all perfectly the same. And so it's so funny where a casual thing she'll say will turn out to be 100% true, or something she'll say that seems deadly serious turns out to be a joke. And so because of that, it can be tough to know. But yeah, it is put pretty clearly that even though everyone treats her like she's younger, that Kasumi is the same age as Takeru. So yeah, I think that's about there. And then Sandek. I mean, I throw him in with the Scarlet Twins in my notes, but that's just because he's so clearly heavily involved with them. He cares about them deeply. I just smacked my microphone. Sorry about that. He cares about them very deeply, and yet he also still treats them like dolls. He walks this really weird line where he views them and talks to them almost like they're his daughters or siblings. Especially when he activates their synchronization during the red line, the imminent red line detonation, and he's they're probably gonna die. They kind of refer to him as father, like a father character, and he kind of accepts that because he's I don't think I'll ever talk to them again. But
you're talking about Pravka, right?
Huh?
Pravka?
Pravka, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
When he first initiates Pravka, he kind of implies that I probably will never talk to you again as an individual, because at that time they weren't sure if they could ever desynchronize them because they hadn't tested it yet. not to that level. So Sandek is really interesting because he walks this really interesting line of being like a father-like figure, but also like I will do whatever it takes to succeed, even if it means like killing like my family and myself. Like so committed to like doing whatever it takes. And that's a really interesting dichotomy of like such extremes that can somehow coincide at the same time in an individual. Usually you get one or the other, not someone who's genuinely stuck with feet in both graves.
Yeah, I thought what was, I guess impressive as a character was when he faced a lot of adversity with his own plan, he never really showed frustration or anything. There was no hint of that. He just thought of whatever he needed to do next and implemented it. There was no hesitation at all. Yeah.
And yet he also still had regret, like with the when he was worried Yuuya had learned too much and he ordered her elimination. He was just like, I liked her. It sucks that we have to go ways. I think we could have built a good relationship between our nations. And as she was like a colleague I respected, but I'm gonna murk her.
Yeah.
Emery ILR fan says, I don't know if this is true, but Yoshimune said that Inya and Kasumi are both sisters. I would actually guess that is, like, that's implied, and I would guess that's true, but I'm guessing they're sisters in the same way that Kriska and, I had her name written down.
Martika
are sisters, in the sense that, like, they're, like, clones, essentially, built from the same genetic pool, but likely grown at different times, and likely went through different training, but genetically are essentially twins. So yeah, like I'm pretty sure that's exactly right, which is also why like they both have similar growth stunting, and I feel like they also have very similar, same last name. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like it's hard to know the naming conventions they went with the Alternative 3 program. It seems really inconsistent. So having same last names or having different last names doesn't seem to like mean as much when it comes to the Alternative 3 program, because it feels like they kind of just went with whatever they felt like doing. And matter of fact, I'm guessing a lot of them got their last names like after the fact, because they were treated so much like dolls by majority of the people working with them. I'm surprised that they even had names some of the time.
I don't remember when we learned Kasumi's last name.
It's probably in the wiki. So like it might not be
Yeah.
something that was ever brought up, but was like documented in the like, because there's a lot of like if you buy, or at least it was, I don't know, I'm guessing it's still available, but if you get Alternative on Steam, you can actually get a translated like background fan like behind the scenes like kind of workbook, I guess you could say. Like it's like full of just a bunch of background information that's like hinted at or referenced.
Are you talking about the codex?
Yeah, the codex. That's the word I was thinking of, or
Yeah.
trying to think of and stumbling to. Like there's a codex, and I'm guessing a lot of information is in there. There would be stuff like that. But Dan was saying that they're not an Inya clone. I don't think it's an Inya clone. I think they came from the same seed. Like they talked about like the genetic the crystal something that like Sandek referenced. I think they came from the same version of like origin crystal, you could say. They're not like, it's not like they took Inya and cloned Kasumi, or took Kasumi and cloned Inya, but I think the source that both Inya and Kasumi came from was the same, just like how Martika and Kriska were from the same source and essentially are sisters because their genetics would be super similar, but they are not exact, but they also are different individuals, and likely were even tailored genetically to fill different roles, but they had the same origin, you could say. James is saying Kasumi's original name is mentioned in Resurrection in the Silvio story. Trinsta Sestina, she and Inya are both from the same clone batch. Yeah, exactly. So they're not cloned of each other. They're just they come from the same genetic pool, but likely were enhanced after they were generated to fill different roles. Oh, and then Daniel's saying that Martika is Kriska's clone. I don't know. Maybe the wiki's saying that, but I'm pretty sure that the way that Total Eclipse was explaining it, it explained that they were like from the same source, not that they were clones of each other. But maybe, again, a lot of this can also be retro. There's sometimes where the writers have published works and then retroactively will amend. Oh, there's a word for it. Again, I was getting late enough. My brain's shutting off. Errata, where you can errata. So it also is very possible that the wiki has been errataed to reflect what has been determined as canon that might not have been properly expressed in the game, because at the time the canon they thought was going to go in a different direction than it ended up going. So it's a good thing to keep in mind that erratas are a thing. So if the game and the wiki seem to be at odds, the best thing you can do is get to the most recent published source material and go with that, because like erratas are a thing. So Sendek, fantastic character. I think he's one of the best pseudo antagonists, because he's not like a true antagonist until the end, but he's also very clearly not an ally from day one. I loved the idea of I loved how they were able to capture essentially like the feeling of the Cold War, but bubbled it into an active wartime. So it's like with the politicking. Again, I think it's really fun that they played with that idea and concept. And Sendek's a fantastic example of what it was probably like trying to deal with Russia during Cold War era, where it's like half the time you're actively fighting against each other indirectly, although it's so indirectly direct that you teeter on the edge of like open conflict. But at the same time, certain actions or certain activities warranted cooperation, and that cooperation often was mutually beneficial and executed in good faith on both sides, despite the fact that in every other respect you usually were enemies, which is a really complicated relationship to develop. And so to be able to depict it so well throughout the narrative of Total Eclipse was really cool to see. I also genuinely was surprised that Sendek not only survived, but actually apparently got promoted. I understand he probably got promoted because his program delivered on what he was trying to do, despite the breakout and loss of Kriska and Inya. But based on his reaction when they escaped, I genuinely thought he just decided it was over and that he was going to be executed. Like, I genuinely was shocked that he appeared at the very end of the game again, because I thought that he had stumbled too hard at the end. But that was it.
It seemed like he had resigned himself.
Yeah, I think he kind of thought it was over, but he's pretty good. He was able to talk his way out of it somehow. Okay, and then James Brown saying, the wiki has not been updated in many years. It's a time capsule of the fan base at the time of Total Eclipse anime. Okay. So yeah, again, that could have been an errata then, because the game... did the anime come out before the game? I thought...
I think it did. It did.
Okay. But I think that... I think someone's probably going to clarify this, but actually, maybe it was like a light novel or a manga that got adapted to an anime and then got adapted into a game. I think it might have been something along that line. I think it's a goofy like shake up from the typical, where normally visual novels were the start of most of the media. But I think Total Eclipse was a flip. Yeah, it was a reverse. It was a light novel, then anime, then visual novel, and then a remastered visual novel. So we got triple layers there.
Going back to what Daniel said about Matika being Kriska's clone, I think, didn't Kriska say something like almost exactly that? I thought she said that Matika was a clone, like in plain words.
Maybe. I thought it was implied it was still like a cloning process, but that they were derived from like a more direct like replication, because she talked about how Kriska and Inya were sisters technically that came from like similar source, but like Inya was a previous generation, and that Kriska was a later generation, but they came from the same kind of genetic pool, and that where Inya was part of a pool that was a lot more specialized, Kriska was part of a pool that was a bit more mass produced, and so like there were multiple versions, but they were like copies of each other rather than siblings. Because Kriska and Inya are they're different enough you could see like, okay, like it feels like they are sisters. But Kriska and Martika were essentially like exactly the same. It's like the difference between fraternal twins and identical twins. I think that's kind of the difference. But yeah, you might be right. Like I might be misremembering, so it might just be like a legitimate like hard clone. But again, that's also cloning and identical twins are essentially the same anyway. It's just one's a natural biological process and one's an artificial one. But essentially it's the same, where they're different people but have the exact same genetics. Anyway, let's talk about plot number 2, which is the Caribbean Travels, aka the fan service arc, which is fine. Again, I have no problem with fan service, but it needs to be executed properly. And I feel like fan service can be an additive to a story rather than a subversion of the story. And I feel like most of the arc in the Caribbean was additive to the story, plot, and characters. So most of it I found very, I approve of. I think it was in good taste, more or less.
I think I'll agree with that. Yeah.
Like, one of the most, like... I think one of the things was, I think it humanized Yuuya, because up until that point, Yuuya was so, like, standoffish and so, like, kind of grumpy gills that it kind of forced her to be vulnerable. And while the end, when they put her in the bikini, it was very much more fan service than not, I still think it was very, like, it emphasized this idea of, like, she's still a kid, essentially. Not like a kid, but like she's still young. She's like in her teens or late teens. Like she's just barely an adult, where like she's so cool, calm, and collected and always seems to be on top of things. And then to throw her in a position where she just became suddenly vulnerable, I think it actually was a good characterization moment that helped humanize her and prepare her for the next arc, where she was going to go from being a leader to being directly in conflict and potentially could potentially die. So I think that was it actually did serve a really important plot point to make her kind of more approachable and human by giving her a fan service scene. But
yeah, you know what's funny about that? I have a figure on my shelf that's exactly that.
Yeah,
I have that.
It's a pretty good one.
Shyness. Yeah.
It probably was one of the best CEs of the whole game. Like, it's just it was hilarious and adorable, and I think if I remember correctly, YouTube didn't like it. I'm pretty sure that video got demonetized. But hey, what can you do? There's not really much else to say, except for the whole incident where we got the hints at the idea that Kriska, if she didn't get that drug, like how she would deteriorate. Like, we didn't know what that was for a while, but it was interesting to see, and it gave Kriska an opportunity to start approaching that humanization that she really had to explore for the rest of the game. And it was the first ice break, the first time where we broke through that shell a bit. So that was really important as well. And also, like, that's where the politicking came in, where you could see, like, there were different factions that just, like, they wanted the Scarlet Twins. Like, they were the main focus of, like, everyone's interest. Stupid Weller. Don't like him. But yeah, other than that, the Caribbean trip, I feel like there's not much else to say. It was mostly, I think, an art about humanization. And I did also like how they even pointed out how they're like, why are we hanging out partying in the Caribbean ostensibly on this official, like press mission, when like we have people who are literally fighting and dying on the front lines, and that like dichotomy of like going and having fun on a beach while literally the world is full of like active war and death, and how that's such a real function of real warfare in the modern world, where even now like there are battles being fought today that are pretty important and pretty meaningful and pretty like the morals and justifications of which are very dubious at best for anybody, like on all sides, and people are actively dying and starving and struggling, like and not just like soldiers, but like families and children. And then we can sit here and like just kind of be having fun, and it feels so far away for all of us. And I think that was an interesting picture to paint, this idea of like, even in the worst of wars, there's going to be people who are going to end up being in positions where they can kind of just be frivolous and kind of like have beach parties, and like how weird that can feel in a world like where the beta are literally eating humanity.
Yeah, my internet just died again. So
oh, you're gone.
I can't.
I was waxing philosophical.
Yeah, I could tell that you were still on the same thought, but
yeah.
Yeah, I left right as I was talking about the figure. Oops.
It's
Yeah.
all good, man. I don't know. I wish there was something I could fix on my end to help, but it's not because like my
All right.
stream's
It's
solid. So,
no, it's nothing. It's just mine. It's okay.
all right. So I don't think there's anything. Is there anything else about the Caribbean arc that you'd want to talk about? Maybe something I might have overlooked.
There was a scene where Yui was hurt, and this was already after Kiska had collapsed once, I think.
Yeah, on the island when
Um,
they wrecked.
Yeah, she made some hints about not having parents, and that was pretty benign at the time. But looking back with all the context, she said a lot of things that were quite impactful to Yuuya, but he didn't realize it. Like, he didn't
Yeah.
realize how much she was missing.
Yeah, because like he also, I think that's where he even talked about how like they always referred to her, and he referred to her especially as a princess, like because it's like in his head like, oh, she's part of the royal guard and she's Japanese. She's like she got the best treatment, the best training. She had everything on a silver platter, like silver spoon in her mouth her whole life. And then like during that scene where he's carrying her, Princess Carrie style, ironically. And like she kind of like starts to share a bit about her own vulnerabilities and kind of hits him. He's just like, oh, like it didn't hit him as much as it would later, but like it was that seed like of like, okay, yeah, there's a lot more to her than meets the eye. And ironically, we have a lot in common. That would become a theme.
Yeah, and that's where you realized that you wanted to be princess carried.
Oh yeah, come on. If you actually were being princess carried by anybody, I mean, in my head, it would be like a really really well built woman, but it doesn't matter who it is. Like, there's gotta be like I think any of us would get princess carried, especially if we weren't expecting it and kind of needed it. I think we'd all be a bit swept off our feet. I don't care who you are. It'd be horrifically embarrassing, but that's kind of the point.
Embarrassment's okay as long as it doesn't continue.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Oh man, the things I record of myself and then allow to be posted on the internet.
It's fine.
It is fine.
It's not a problem.
It's not. I don't mind, but it's like sometimes you think back and you're like, this is why I'll never be able to hold a political office in my future if I ever wanted it. I won't, but if I ever wanted it, people are gonna just go to my YouTube channel and just be like, here, let's not vote for this guy.
I don't think that's real ammunition for that. Come on.
Probably not in the future. I think it might have been maybe a few like when I was a kid. I think it felt like any little thing could become detrimental for people. But nowadays, I think we're more open-minded. Anyway, so Caribbean travels pretty much done. Now we're moving to the Kamchatka stuff, and I wanted to talk about Lieutenant Latrova. So she was like, she ended up becoming like Takaru's like.
Yuya's.
I'm doing that again. Yuya's pillar of strength, his inspiration. I thought that was really interesting. I didn't expect that.
The guiding light.
Yeah. He would spend the rest of the game constantly reflecting on the small conversations they had. They had like two, but like she said stuff that just like rocked his world and
The
really
little nuggets of wisdom.
Yeah, they were good.
Yeah.
They were fantastic nuggets of wisdom, but I was like surprised at just how much he focused on her from that point on. And she had good points. I really like how she really kind of brought the grounding reality to him. Like, it's not, I don't think it was like mistaken that like he had that type of like revelation and connection with somebody right before and right after his first real fight with Beta. It kind of became impactful most likely because of the context of the situation. And I thought she was really cool because like at first she was really stark because like she kind of was dismissing like blatant sexual harassment and assault. Like she was just kind of brushing it off like whatever. But then like her justification for it was kind of like a really harshly like real, where she's like, I can't afford, unfortunately. She's like, it sucks and like people are like disgusting, but like I have to make sure that my people are going to be able to survive tomorrow. And sometimes that means overlooking things that really shouldn't be overlooked. But like I have bigger battles to fight. I have larger things to win. And these people are like facing down death and watching their friends die pretty much daily, weekly. And it's like, yeah, like how would you even go about that? Like, being a soldier's gotta just be awful. Like having to face down that kind of stuff every time, like all the time, and like never knowing like if the next instant is gonna be your last. And it breaks people. Like even the best of people come back from like active combat in many ways broken. Not in a way that they can't like function, but like that's the thing is like, and I can only surface level understand that. Like I've never had to fight in a combat zone. I've never had to fight for my own life. Closest I've had are like things like car accidents, and that's not really comparable, not even close.
No, I haven't either, and I wouldn't be able to comment much on it. I wouldn't be able to do it, that's for sure.
There's been a few people in comments who are living in nations that have like required active duty, like Korea is a good example, where like in South Korea, like you have to be in the military for like a minimum amount of time. Like, so you have to go through basic training, you have to go through like a bunch of stuff, and you have to serve in case there's a potential crisis that you have to actually like go and actively fight. And a lot of them will talk about how they can relate to some of the things in the military arcs, because even in like the training, like just like going through training and boot camp, there's a lot of stuff that like is referenced in these games, and just how they do a good job capturing some of the feel of like active battle or active potential battle, training and culture in like the barracks. It sounds like that Muv-Luv does a really good job capturing that, and I think that might be another reason why these games do so well, is because for the few people who have been serving actively in duty, like the stories come across as feeling human and authentic in that way. Like the writers, whether I'm guessing they either went through some of this stuff or they just were able to talk to people on a personal level who had to go through living in military life, because it seems like they capture it so well that the people who have served in the military aren't like griping about how unrealistic it is. And that's an achievement.
Yeah, I would think that they got it closer to the way that it actually would be. It's not glorifying military as other stories might.
Yeah.
Especially games. Games do that. Like Call of Duty just glorifies everything.
Absolutely.
It's not how it is.
It's kind of disgusting, actually. Like I remember watching certain scenes and watching certain things, and like even when they tried to, like a lot of the Call of Duty games, even when they tried to try and look at things of like in a more objective or presenting different points of view, it's often done in a way that's still so like ooh raw. It's like, it's not like, it feels like they don't ever challenge, like they don't ever truly seem to challenge that like even the people who are the good guys are often being put in situations where they're making bad calls or having to be forced to make terrible decisions that like no one you can't walk away and say like, oh yeah, you were doing the right thing the whole time. Like even when they try to make it be like that ambiguity, they often will pull like on the other end, being like, oh, it turns out that person was evil the whole time, kind of a thing, to make it so like you're always the good guy, you're never doing anything questionable or objectionable. And there are some exceptions, but even then, those exceptions seem to be more for shock and awe, like No Russian. Like that sequence was not about like the atrocities of war as much as it was about like virility and trying to like have something like the people talk about. Like if that makes any sense. Like it didn't feel like that sequence that was supposed to be shock and awe and horrible. Like there's nothing about that was supposed to be depicted as good. But at the same time, I feel like it was senseless and kind of like it never addressed the actual like trauma and horror that was being displayed. It was rather just a set piece. Whereas here, like when we talk about the terrorists, like they do such a good job of being like, yeah, these are terrorists, they're doing terrible things, and they're allowed a lot of innocent people to die, and like they're absolutely in the wrong. But you also can't argue that their like motives aren't like kind of justified. Like that was the problem. It's just like, I agree with like 90% of what you guys are saying, but you're doing it in such a terrible way. I can't get behind what you're doing. And I like how they actually discuss that. They're like we have to stand up against these terrorists and what they're doing, but like we also have to acknowledge that like they have a point. I think a lot of games and a lot of mediums just don't actually tackle like the human side of conflict and how it's not about good guys and bad guys. It just tends to be like different versions of good.
Perspective is everything.
Yeah, I mean, even like Sendak and like when he and Yuuya are fighting, like Sendak's like kind of throwing bars at him and saying like we're fighting for humanity's survival. Like, yeah, it's really rough and it sucks what Chris is going through, and she's sacrificing herself like she's gonna die, but she's dying so that we can make this project that could save the humanity. It could get us our home back. Is it really worth sacrificing like the what she represents so that you can be happy? Like that's a tough sell. Like that's like I'm 100% on board with Yuuya, but Sendak's got a point. Like it's rough. There's no good guys or bad guys. It's just all just human, and I love it. I hate it, and I love it. Oh, did I lose you again? Because I was about to say, like, I think you were going to say something.
I'm here.
Okay.
No, not this time. I have it already.
Gotcha. All right, so I guess, but this falls into the Kamchatka, because again, like what was the right decision? It was interesting that they brought the railgun. Someone said earlier that like the railgun being brought in though, and the display and how successful it was did lead to like getting approval for the Susanoo to be constructed. So like, it sounds like it wasn't just like Yui pulling the strings. It sounds like it was also probably like most of the strings being pulled. Yuko Sensei was also green lighting everything. It's like yeah, she petitioned like for Iwaya, back in Japan to probably say like, hey, can we test the railgun on this battlefront? Like so Yuya has a chance to do it, and so Yuya will be safe. But like it probably went straight to like Yuko's desk, and she's like, oh yeah, I could use this as a good opportunity to get some extra funding, some more G matter. And so she probably was ultimately the stamp of approval that let it happen.
Opportunity is Yuko's favorite word.
Yes. It's like everything is an opportunity or needs to be pruned. The railgun, it was a beautiful masterclass, and I do think it's nice. I kind of wish I had seen Total Eclipse before the day after because of how impactful the railgun was in the day after. But for me, it kind of out of nowhere. I wasn't really sure what he just like, oh, I have this railgun. Meh, here goes Beta Hive. Brr. And I was like, it was cool, but like it would have been better, I think, because I think in that final sequence in the day after, there's actually a lot of references and like there's some cameos from from characters that we actually see in Blue Flag. I think that make an appearance there. Someone mentioned that there were familiar faces there, and in my head, I think I remember some of the TSFs and like the squad makeups that you see there, and so I almost want to go back and play through that ending again just so I can try and catch some of the references, because apparently there's a lot of Total Eclipse references in the end of the day after. But the railgun being the premiere feature of like, this is the railgun being utilized in an actual Beta Hive, and it was beautifully effective. Terrifyingly so, actually. But then the Kamchaktas fall. That's the other part of it that's really scary, is like the Beta invasion. And like the really fun like real revelation of how like the Beta were homing in on the railgun. Like it's like the greatest danger of applied Beta technology. It gives us the tools we need.
Box.
But like that black box, which had G elements in it, it's also a magnet for Beta, and it changes their behavior just by its presence. And like that's like that was the major problem after Operation 21st. Because the Beta that had no hive beelined right for Yokohama, and they hadn't anticipated that. It was like the beginning, like the rebuilding of the hive after Alternative 5 destroyed the planet. Like the remaining Beta homed in on the remains of the Yokohama, which were in the JFK, and built a new hive. Like how horrifying that was to realize, is that like if they just have a little bit of that matter, that's critical for our survival in fighting the Beta, but it's also the tool the Beta need to start back up again. And so it's like double-edged sword. That's real scary. And the whole buildup of like Yui like on foot fighting off like Beta like while she's trying to destroy the gun was such an intense like sequence. Just like it's like how terrifying. Like these are Beta that like they crawl up on armored TSFs and can rip them to pieces. and Yui's running around with a machine gun, like on the ground, fighting them off.
That was badass. That's what that was.
It is, but it's also like so scary. Like in reality, like I'm amazed that she was able to fight, like to keep the fight going, because that's the thing that I think the beta do, and it's kind of funny because like the creator of Attack on Titan like directly references that Muv-Luv was a major inspiration for like Attack on Titan, and you can see it. Like once you've read Muv-Luv, especially like alternative, and then you go and watch Attack on Titan, you can see the fingerprints and inspiration through the entire series. And a big part of it too was the creep factor. Like the beta and the Titans both have the same like terrifying visage where like their appearance looks goofy, but the context of the size and what they do and how horrible it is to be eaten by them, like the process of being hunted, grabbed, and eaten, and like the existential horror that brings, kind of juxtaposed by how goofy they look, is like it's a brilliant way to build like an eldritch horror where like it's not just pure terrifying. Like a good I guess a good draw is like what's the horror show about like where you have to be quiet because if you make noise like the aliens would like come and hunt you down.
Gosh, I don't know.
I'm gonna think of it, but like that one is like they're just creepy, scary aliens, and they hunt you based on sound, so you have to be quiet. But the beta, they don't look scary. They look weird. They look alien and they look goofy, especially with like the big human-like teeth. But
the Fort class looked goofy as crap too.
I know, but then at the same time, you see what they can do, and you're like, that brings this horror right back around. And so like it becomes this weird uncanny valley where like you could show people who've never read like Muv-Luv a picture of beta, and people are gonna be like, what the heck is this? This is stupid. But then you show that picture to someone who's actually read the story and sees the context, and it's like it almost makes you like panic because it's like that's like it's abject horror in its purest form. And like a soldier, like the soldier class, like soldier classes look like living dumplings. Like they look stupid. But then you think of the chomp scene, and we're all scarred for life because of that. Like they became like the most horrifying and terrifying part of the beta hive, is knowing that those things can creep around perfectly silently like super stealth soldiers and suddenly be behind you and you're done.
You can't not remember it when you see them.
Exactly. Or the alarm, like the alarm the sound that they use for as the warning when beta are appearing or when laser class are detected. That sound,
code 991.
Yeah. 991 code, like the code alarm sound, is genuinely still a traumatic thing. Like I can hear out of context and it just sends a shiver up my spine because what it means. And it's so cool that you can have a series that can do that. And like Attack on Titan is very similar, where like the Titans, they look goofy, they look like weird, twisted, goofy toddlers, and then you see them sprinting towards people and ripping them in half, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's this visceral part of you where like something that can look so goofy can just also be so terrifying, and it's like it's a combo that it's indescribable, which is why I call it eldritch. Like you can look at it and you can understand what it is, but it's eldritch in like Cthulhu-esque because it doesn't make sense, like why it's such a terrifying thing to look at, but you know it's terrifying.
Yeah, there was another thing that can make, at least it makes me feel like I can remember things so vividly, like the code alarm that you said. It's the music, the soundtrack.
Yeah. The soundtrack's so
good. They can easily get you in that usually it's a somber mood, but it could be happy. I love the soundtracks in all of Muv-Luv. Every one of them.
Yeah, they're all good. And I liked how, too, like a lot of the major titles as well, they'll lean on each other's scores. Like you'll hear some of the same tracks throughout the various games, but then I also feel like each one also gets its own music. So like you have some core tracks that are kind of universal because they were part of Muv-Luv, Unlimited, and Alternative. But then Eclipse has its own musical scores. Like the Terrorist Attack has its own music. The Kriska's got her own like score, and especially like the where they were talking about the play that is clearly a very strong inspiration for the story of Kriska. Yeah, the Snow Maiden. That music and like the song Kriska sings and everything, like I'm guessing it's based on the actual like play and the actual like the actual musical composition that's in the real world. But I from what someone told me is it's kind of its own rendition at the same time. Like it's its own version of that tune where it's recognizable, but it's not like you'd go to that play and you'd be like the same music. It's kind of its own version of it, and it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I love it. It's actually included in this like loop that's playing in the background.
Yes, that song is just impactful. I love it.
So good. But yeah, so I think as far as Kamchatka goes and the railgun, like it's powerful story moments. I also think it was a really good first indication of like the length that Sendak and even the Scarlet Twins would go when it implied that they were sent to execute like Lieutenant Latrova and her squad. I was actually surprised that she and some of her squad survived that, because like it kind of made it seem like they were just gonna be dead, but it was also really good set piecing and setup for some of the future major plot points and major story like deviations. It was kind of Chekhov's gun for what would end up happening post terrorist attack. So very powerful stuff there. Also great for Yuuya to have to confront Beta and the horror that they are. Even though he got kind of like a very, like with the railgun, it was trivialized. And then in the actual attack on the base, even then, he didn't have to confront like a true Beta invasion. It was mostly like skirmishes until he was escorted off the battlefield. But it was still good. Like it's like any encounter with Beta is terrifying. Like you shouldn't you should never be trivialized. But it wasn't nearly the scale that we see in the final chapter, which is like people dropping left and right, full bore, like throw out everything you've got and it's still not enough type of fight. It was more of a like, we just got to get out of here because we have no support type of battle.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Any other thoughts or?
No, we covered pretty much everything. Other than we already covered Latrova, but she dropped a lot of those nuggets in Kamchatka, for sure. She had a lot of wisdom to spread to Yuuya, whether he wanted to listen to it or not at the time.
Yeah, she was a very important focal point for the future story, and and I think they did a good job with her, where she wasn't around for a ton, but when she was there, the stuff she said was meaningful, and that's why they kept going heralding back to it. And it becomes a huge motivator for Yuuya, who might have struggled in the terrorist attack without that kind of motivation. Like if the terrorist attack had happened and he hadn't gone to Kamchatka and had to face Beta and had to face Latrova and like all of that, I wonder if he wouldn't have been able to really fight back like he needed to during the terrorist attack and the Beta, like the release of the Beta test subjects. Like both of those together, like it might have been overwhelming for him if he hadn't had to have those confrontations. So it's really important that it happened.
Yeah, that was where she told him to stay away from politics.
Yeah,
because it's just pain.
It is pain. It's pure pain. Even in real life, I think that's advice all of us should take. It's like you either like are involved in politics or just try and stay out of it. It feels like it just makes nothing but pain.
I just stay out of it.
Me too.
Personally.
All right, so now we go to the next phase, and like this is the start of like the blue flag stuff. But there's only a few characters I want to like highlight before I really talk about like the meat and potatoes of it. You'll notice that we're getting closer. Like things are going faster because we're covered most of like the important details as we cover these people. So we're gonna be going a little faster for this finale, towards the end. Even though like in my notes we're like only halfway there. How you holding up? You doing okay so far?
Yeah, that's fine.
Guys, we are at like 2 hours, so whew. Yufei, Shui Yufei. Oh, what a fun character. I think she was a breath of fresh air that was really needed. I feel like she was anytime she was on screen, I found personally like it was enjoyable. I feel like she brought a lot of levity to situations, but she also was very like I liked how blunt she was and about kind of like the realities of the situation, including like the frivolity of like the blue flag to anyone who wasn't involved in politics. She's just like, yeah, this is all just like a horse and pony show. This is about people kind of trying to brag and show off to each other and preparing for future conflicts with each other where they're planning to fight wars against each other. And she's like, it's disgusting. I hate that we're here, but like I'm going to listen to my orders. If it means that my fellows can get better TSFs, then I'll do what I got to do. But like I love that she kind of brought that dose of reality. And that's kind of what her role in the story from that point on, like right through to the end, was she was kind of like the blunt like voice of reason that kind of cut through the minutia. And I like that. I think she played a really important role, being like kind of like the harsh Vincent, but about like the perspective of like other nations rather than just the Argus squad, because Argus could kind of get really self-absorbed. I think it's fair. They had a lot on their plate, but she was able to help provide context beyond Argus flight and like what they were trying to do with like the Shiranui Second, where she's just like, hey, like she's like the representative of like the actual war effort.
Yeah. Going back a little bit to what you said with her bluntness, it sounds like you would be the polar opposite of reaction to what Yuuya had to her sort of advances.
Oh yeah, I'm always a fan of a confident woman. Like it's been a thing for me for all my life, and I even said at the time I was just like, whew, like she's compelling, and I just hate, I don't like the games. I understand I can play the social games, but I hate the games.
Screw the games.
So like,
no.
Any girl who's willing to throw aside the games and just like say what she's thinking, I want to be their friend. I want to be
just
with. I want everything to do with them. Like I can, like, you'll tell me I'm a piece of crap, and I'm grateful for it because you'll tell it to me when I need to hear it, and that's the best thing you could ever do for me.
Yeah, the honesty and the like just forwardness is pretty. It's nice to see, because you just don't see it with a lot of women like that.
Yeah,
so.
And she's a good example too. Where like, remember how I said Stella? She has like a great character design, but it kind of became like it kind of started overshadowing her character. I think Yufei is a better example of what I want to see, where she again has a fantastic character design and one that is even fan serviced at certain points. But 90% of the time, she's a character first who has a good character design, and so her personality and what she brings to the table is what shines through. And I feel like the fan servicey section, like part of her, was a minor part that was usually used for embellishment and like her very blunt attempts at seduction, which I thought were hilarious. So for me,
the one with Yui.
Yeah. So for me, I feel like she and Sharon kind of have not Sharon. Sharon's coming up in a little bit. She and Stella have very similar roles where, again, she's almost like, she doesn't have to do a whole lot of changing in herself. She's already kind of an actualized character, but she ends up being a catalyst for other characters to change, including Yuuya, and even Teresa a bit. Like her confrontations and headbutting with Teresa, recognizing rivals and like kind of confronting the rivalry and like the feelings that they have, because of how blunt she is. She does a good job of helping draw out those character moments that help those characters grow, but not outshining them at the same time, which is fantastic to have. You need characters like that. But then she also was still herself a character that she was Yufei first and foremost, rather than like a design that's meant to draw eyeballs. I also love that like she would always she would be heralded by the sound of like the chimes that she would wear in her hair. I love that like she would it would announce her presence right before she was gonna drop a bomb on the scene, whatever was about to happen. So you get a ching and you're like, oh, here she comes. I loved that.
Her specific music was also quite nice too.
It was lovely. She was great. She's a great character. Definitely one of the top characters of Total Eclipse. But we're gonna kind of fall back on is Leon, Sharon as well. But I'm gonna focus Leon first because he represents like Yuya's past, and I hated him, but not in a way like I think he was detrimental. He was actually really big and important for the story, and like I'm really happy he's there. I agree with Yuuya that he's super obnoxious, and I didn't like anytime he was around, he just made everything just feel awful. A good as a character, he's important, and I'm glad he's there. But like, I sometimes would just wish he would go away, like Yuuya. But ultimately, I like that he represented like how he was genuinely frustrated that he's finding Yuuya here after all the craziness he'd gone through, and as he revealed later, all the special treatment that he knew Yuuya was receiving that Yuuya never acknowledged. Mostly because Yuuya just didn't see it. But like, what bothered him was that like Yuuya was talented and had all these like advantages where like the general was always going to bat for him. He was always given all these opportunities, and he he always outshone Leon, despite Leon doing everything he could to try and at least share the spotlight, and he never really got that chance. Like, not really. And like the frustration that he had with Yuuya's attitude, and seeing that even after the mistakes he'd made, that he comes to Alaska and sees Yuuya thriving and just vibing and having all these girls, and like his attitude's completely different, and he just seems to be like it's like his whole life just became better in every way. And he's like, but wait, like, you were an a-hole, and like you never appreciated anything, and now you're just gonna appreciate stuff. And I like how he kind of calls him out. Like, I feel like it was out of line, but I also feel like it was really important that Yuuya be confronted like that.
Yeah, he definitely did have a big switch there, and it was even fast for us watching the whole process, but for Leon it was instantaneous, because he had always seen him as this one guy from, I forgot what the timeline was, but it was from the last time he saw him. He was an a-hole, and now all of a sudden he's this not happy-go-lucky, but he's enjoying life, which is totally different from the Yuuya he knew. So it just like shocked to the system, right to the core for Leon, and it pissed him off. That's for sure.
I like how later we do get that reveal, like Leon recognized, like, okay, like I really shouldn't be this upset at him. Like, people are allowed to change. But he's like, but every time I see him, I just get so mad. he's like, I like how Leon is very human, and even though he's so antagonistic at first, like he really comes around, and you start to see, okay, like I get why he's acting that way. I don't think it's right still, but I get it. So that was nice to see. And then Sharon's interesting. Sharon, she's kind of a Stella, where again, I feel like her design outshone her personality. But again, I also feel like that she was also such a small character. Her moments were important, but she was also very minor at the same time, so it's hard for her to have much of a platform. In fact, I'd kind of forgotten. Oh, Rotten Finger, hi. So he says hi in the comments, so hello. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
I'd forgotten that like Sharon had like dated Yuuya. Like I give it mentioned it like way at the beginning, because like Yuuya like talks about or like thinks about how like he'd broken up with her, or like how they'd had a falling out. But like I totally spaced it, and then like she just kind of comes in, she's just like, I don't know. Every time she interacted with Yuuya, it always felt weird. Like, not like it was bad, but it just felt weird. And I never.
It felt like she might have been harboring some feelings that weren't being expressed.
Maybe.
So.
But even then, like
that's what I was getting.
Yeah, it must be that. Like, you're probably right. But even like reflecting on it now, I still am like, I don't know. Like, it just felt weird. Like she was. I feel like she was a character who was almost never actually like being herself. Like, she was always had a front. Like, she was always behaving in a way that was like not an act per se, but like it's a persona. Like she exudes a certain type of like an aura. But like I don't know if we ever saw a moment where Sharon was genuinely like just being her blunt, honest self. And I don't think she had to. But like it felt like it made her feel like an artificial character. It kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. Not a bad way, but like a way where I'm like, I feel like there's a lot more to her story, and we just don't know it.
Well, in fairness, she didn't get a whole lot of opportunities to show that, but what she did show, it wasn't too deep into her personality. That's for sure.
Yeah, she's interesting. Someone's bringing up Emily LR fan, bringing up the Gylos quote Fox McCloud, because I mean, if that's a Fox McCloud reference to like Star Fox, like that's cool.
Star Fox.
I wonder if that was like a legitimate. And then Keith Blazer, the other Infinity pilots, they're pretty minor, so I wasn't really gonna like. There's not much I can really say about them besides like the idea that they were flying in the Infinities and the Infinities mission, which we'll talk about in a second. But like, they were pretty minor characters. I don't know if they maybe are covered more in side stories that I just haven't played yet. But yeah, for me, they didn't leave much of an impression besides like they exist. Like Leon wasn't.
What an impression that is.
Yeah, no, Leon wasn't the leader of the Infinity Squad, but we spent so much time with him, it almost felt like he was, even though like he definitely wasn't. But yeah, Infinities in general. Their idea, I like the idea that they represented like the American like military superiority group, very similar to what actually happens in real life, where America pours like an incredible amount of money into our defense budget, so we have all the cool toys and we like to flaunt them. So it makes sense that the Infinities would have these really powerful stealth TSS that they were like really like to show off, and I did like that we got to see that. I saw people, not just in the comments, but especially actually it happened in the Reddit, like the Reddit page for Muv-Luv, where someone posted saying like, I'm so frustrated with the demonization of America in these stories. And I was like, first of all, that's not really demonization. That's how we look from the outside. When we have all the fun toys, we like to like. It's really easy to think of yourself as like, oh, look at us, we're so cool. But if you're on the outside, it's gotta feel very frustrating to be like how like when it's so clear that like a nation that's got a lot going for it is constantly kind of like exuding this kind of superiority, like military superiority pressure on everyone, including allies. Like, that's gotta feel very weird and very frustrating and even kind of scary, feeling like, because like the part of what's the biggest frustration with the Beta War is that America has this massive conglomerate where they have a ton of land, they have a ton of resources, they have like all these funds, they have a solid population, they have an influx of population where people are constantly immigrating because it's like one of the few places that's relatively safe in the world is the American continents right now. And so then they utilize all of that power and kind of essentially use other nations as a shield. They'll support and they'll throw resources and they'll definitely like, funding and budgeting and ammunition at all these projects to help support our allies. But like at the same time, it's like, are the Americans the ones that are actually having to face like the worst part of the fight? No. And that's got to be kind of frustrating for allies, like even the most staunch of our allies. And that's the thing is like, look at the real world. That's exactly what's going on. It's like, we can support Ukraine, but are we actually on the front lines? No. Like, the Ukrainians are fighting tooth and nail and giving so much of themselves, like where every single person in that nation essentially is like essentially a soldier. And like, sure, like it's wonderful to be able to give support to a cause like that because imperialism's terrifyingly scary in the modern day. But like, the idea is still the same. It's like, it's got to still be frustrating to be Ukraine, especially when we had like the recent stuff where shipments got delayed and there was like political stuff going on in the United States where they were using military aid as political like pieces to try and make like American politics move forward, and it's the expense of people who are literally dying. And same with Israel and Hamas. It's like there's a lot of like really weird kind of shaky stuff where it feels very strange, and I can understand even allies looking at that and being like, that just feels gross, right? Like, I get that. And I think that that's the position you need to remember that Muv-Luv is being written from. We're writing from positions of people who are in the shoes of soldiers who appreciate the support of the Americans, but the Americans, because of their kind of the status that they have in the alternative, they are a lot more focused on the military, like showmanship and politicking. And watching that go down and seeing how like the political machinations going on in America are directly causing the deaths of people that I'm fighting for and fighting with, there's gonna be that level of kind of animosity, and the reality of that is gonna be crappy to watch, and that's real life. So like that's why I said, like, is it demonizing America? Maybe, but it's also very real to like what actually happens. And so if that makes you upset, it's not like they're trying to just make America look bad, because they clearly agree America is helping people. They're supporting Japan. They're supporting these places, like, and they're grateful for that support. But it's not like that support doesn't come with strings attached, and that's very frustrating. And that those strings attached from the perspective of the soldiers and the people of those nations is gonna feel very manipulative and very annoying and very trying. And so, like, is it demonization? Kinda, but that's kind of the point too. When you can rest on your laurels, it matters.
It's support, but it's not ever like 100% full backing. It's always like, we have reserves for you. You can have this.
But we get all the best
that
stuff.
kind of thing.
We still have all the best toys that aren't even being like that's the thing that's really kind of sad about the Infinities and like the Raptors. They even talk about how the Raptors are like some of the top end best TSFs in the world, but they aren't being deployed anywhere along the front lines. They even have a crisis of the terrorist attack, and during that crisis, the Infinities aren't sent to fight the terrorists. They're sent to destroy a secret Soviet research facility.
Yeah, they're basically just sent to do like
political work.
Yeah, they're sent for work that advances America's status, not necessarily to help overall.
An active terrorist attack that the Americans actually knew was happening. Like, they knew it was going to happen beforehand, and they used it as a tool rather than just trying to stop it entirely. And that's the thing, is like that absolutely happens in real life. There's a lot of conspiracies that you might argue, and like I can't know, like no one can know for sure about any of it, but like it's so human and so like it absolutely must have and does happen. And so it's like, of course that's frustrating. Of course that's got to be that's a nightmare. And even like Leon, when he's like, when it's all going down, and even in hindsight when they reveal like, oh my gosh, like there's a terrorist attack going on, he's frustrated as an Infinity because he was kept in the dark and that he wasn't there helping. But like you also got to be like, you know what, that's kind of just how these things work. And then you also got to look too, like, is it just America? No, they make it really clear that Japan does it too. Like Yuko Sensei, she does it too. She takes advantage of situations and uses them. Again, like the whole coup d'etat that happens in Alternative. It's pretty clear that she and Yoroi knew that was going to happen, and instead of like doing whatever they could to stop it, they used it to make sure that the ends of Alternative 4 were progressed, because they were worried that Alternative 5 was going to overshadow and overtake like Alternative 4 before she had a chance to actually enact it. And so they utilized the crisis to make sure that things went her way. So it's like, it's not like Muv-Luv is saying, oh, America bad, America evil. No, everybody sucks. It's just, it comes across from America really often because America's got their fingers in all the pies. And so like, it's pretty obvious no matter what's happening that America's somehow involved, because that's just what they do, because that's how life works. It's just like, it's interesting. Like, again, I'm not trying to get political here and just talking about how like there's a reason they talk about and cover the stories like that. And there's a reason it should make you feel uncomfortable, because it's not fiction. It's based on reality and like how crappy reality can be. I mean, as an American, like I'm still amazed that it took so long for me to learn about things like the annexation of Hawaii. Like, that's crazy that we did that, but they don't talk about it because it's not a great looking story for America.
No, it's not.
And I think we also need to understand and acknowledge too that like, just because nations and politics can have really crappy things happen, it doesn't mean that a nation or population is bad or evil. It means that they have bad actors or exploiters in the midst of mostly good people who are trying to do the right thing. I think that's the case for America. I think that's the case for Japan. I think that's the case for every nation that's depicted both in the fiction of a Muv-Luv and in reality. The majority of people, I do genuinely think, are good people, and the majority of people in jobs like politics, police, soldiers, are people who are genuinely trying to do the best they can for the most people that they can. But that there's going to be bad apples. that are going to utilize and exploit every opportunity they can to make their things work, just like at the cost of anything else, and that those are the people who end up unfortunately getting a lot of because they're willing to do whatever it takes. They often can get themselves in positions of power and authority because they're willing to compromise morals in order to get things done. And sadly, sometimes that is the people that make the most happen, even if it's like by terrible, terrible means. So anyway, enough of that. That's my platform for there. Blue flag, infinities. I think that pretty much covers everything. So before we talk about sorry, go ahead.
Did we ever cover why exactly it's called blue flag?
Oh. No.
Like I don't know why it's called blue flag.
Me neither.
Because I know it has nothing to do with this, but in racing, blue flag means move over because there's a faster car behind you.
Oh,
but
I wonder if
I
that's
don't think
why
that's what it is.
Let me see.
I don't know.
Total Eclipse. I'm gonna actually try and look this up real quick. Blue flag meaning. No, that's actually talking about an actual total eclipse, not Muv-Luv. Another one of those things where like rewrite has the same problem as a visual novel, where like because like they use words that are like real words, it actually could become difficult to look up.
I actually haven't watched any of that. I need to get into it.
Oh, it's a great game. If you haven't played the game, play the game.
I will.
Fantastic.
I'll play it and then binge your playthrough later.
Yes, please do. And that one's actually really interesting too, because like it has like after you do all the routes, it has like ending routes. Like I guess 2 of them. I don't know. I've been avoiding spoilers, but it means that I play some of the routes, save some of the others, but I played them on my own, and so now I'm diving into like the end game routes, and it's a really interesting way to do a visual novel. But it's the best I could come up with that would match my philosophy with how I do it. Okay, based at least on the wiki, it looks like it's just the name, a code name. Like it doesn't like if there's deeper meaning to it, it's not like it's overtly about it. So like I don't know specifics. So it might be the racing term. It also just might be someone likes the color blue, and flag might be just a term for like a common code phrase that's used for military training maneuvers. So maybe.
We don't need to overanalyze it. I was just wondering.
I know, me too. Like you got me curious. Like I wanted to know, which is why I took the time. Like normally I wouldn't like look up something on the wiki right there, but like I was like, I wonder if there is a reason, because that'd be cool to know. So I want to talk a little bit about the kind of HQ girls, specifically Theodoricus, but there's the other 2, and I can't remember their names off the top of my head. But the 3 girls who are kind of like in HQ, they become really prominent and like get heavily involved during the terrorist attack. But I feel like they're really interesting because while their role is, first of all, I absolutely guarantee you, based on my physical aptitude, if I somehow were alive in the alternative universe and I were in a military force of some kind, it wasn't some like just like laborer in a mine or something, I guarantee you the only role I would feel qualified for would be like a headquarters role. Just like I'd love to pilot a TSF, but I doubt I'd be qualified to be a soldier like that. Kind of like a lot of the other HQ people, they either like got injured or they just weren't as talented enough to be pilots. Like that'd totally be me. I'd probably be in an HQ position somewhere, just facilitating communications between TSF pilots. That'd be the role I picture myself in the most. But,
I think one of their names is Canales.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
But the big thing about them is I liked how they end up being a bridge for communication, but then they get caught up in the terrorist attack action. And Theodoricus, while she's a minor character, like she has a really strong relation because in her past, she feels like she went through a very similar like base getting overrun, barely escaping with her own life, but feeling like she survived where others died, including like family members, I think, because they were family were on the base during the attack, and so she like kind of goes through that trauma again, and having to kind of go through that, and then that inspires and helps kind of like motivate Yuuya to kind of overcome his trauma when Yui gets eliminated after all the fighting and the stress they went through, and he kind of shuts down, and she ends up pulling him out of that because she's essentially going through a very like a re-traumatic event, and like seeing her struggle but then picking herself up and moving forward was the like what kind of woke him up out of everything that happened and all the people who were trying to help Yuya get out of the funk he was in after all of that. I love that she kind of became the one that kind of really got him back out of his stupor and made him reapply himself. It's another good example again where like they don't really relegate every major turning point for the main characters to the same set of characters. Like it's not like it's like these other characters get to have like little parts. Like and Theodoricus is very similar for me, like for like as Lieutenant Latrova, where it's just a small conversation, but it had such a dramatic impact on Yuya as a character, and I really liked that.
Yeah, I thought what she brought to the perspective side of things with Yuya was pretty nice. She definitely had a bit of a different background than the other characters, so that was refreshing, but she had to deal with a lot of that baggage, so it was a little tough for her. I understand, but she also had a little bit of character growth too in this.
She really
for
did.
sure. Oh, Daniel's Games brought up a good point about Blue Flag.
Yeah. I was just about to talk about that. You want to go ahead and read it though? If you're seeing it, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, he says that Blue Flag is an international military aviation exercise held by the Israeli Air Force. I did not know that.
Neither
That's
did
pretty
I.
cool.
But it makes sense that like it's one of the things I do love about the Muv-Luv, especially with the military stuff, is they draw so much inspiration from like real modern tech. Like a lot of the American TSFs being named after actual military like dogfighting aircraft. Like they have the same naming scheme, but it's TSFs instead of like fighter jets. I think that's really cool. And like in general,
Definitely.
like it makes so much sense because it is our world, but with beta invasion incurring in the 50s and 60s, and how that deviates like from like our own history, and the idea that like a lot of the traditions and narratives and aspects of our world still translated into that world in that way. So that's cool. So it makes sense that they would have that. So it's nice. It's neat to know that. So thank you for clarifying that. The other thing about the terrorist attack that I want to talk about, like character-wise, is Natalie, who's the bartender lady who ended up being part of the terrorist organization, but who then also like died giving critical information to Teresa. Just a really interesting idea and really like humanizing element to the terrorists, where like they were brutal, they were awful, they were willing to like literally kill civilians, and it makes them pretty terrible people. But she was a great example of like she clearly believed in the cause that they were fighting for, but also recognized that they were going a bit over the top, and but was also kind of trapped in like the extremism. Like even if she wanted to deviate from it, by the time like the plan was moving forward, I feel like she was in so deep that, and they were so clearly willing to just to eliminate anybody who was like even remotely against them. Because I mean that's the thing, is like she literally got gunned down because she was sharing too much information in a context where she still sounded like she was on their side, and they just gunned her down because they realized she was sharing too much information. And it's like,
Sounds like getting involved with the mafia.
or, yeah, except like terroristic mafia.
Yeah,
which is
Just
terrifying.
I mean, like in the context of you get in too deep, you can't get out.
Yeah, exactly, and like, that's exactly right. And then the idea too of how she was in so deep, I don't think she even could have tried to give a warning before, because I bet you as things got closer and closer, and they snuck more and more of the like most extremists onto the base, I bet the extremists were watching everybody all the time to try and make sure that nobody slipped information, you know? So even if she wanted to reveal before, I get the feeling that like she was just never in a position to where she could have shared any potential, like given anything away about the upcoming attack. And sadly, even then, again, it was pretty clear that certain people in certain aspects of the U.S. government were aware the terrorist attack was going to happen, so information did leak and get out. But instead of actually like utilizing that information to just prevent it outright, they decided to try and set up a failsafe and then utilize it to push their own ends, which is just depressing. Because like, you think there were terrorists who like literally gave their lives trying to prevent the terrorist attack from following through, whose warnings were essentially covered up because they're special interest groups, which is always really sad to think about.
They're playing the stock market, but with people's lives.
Yeah, which is sad because like
that's what they're doing.
Like they see people as numbers, which is the same thing with Sendak and a lot of the crew for like the Alternative 3 Remnant program. They saw the Kriska and Inya as dolls. They saw them as numbers on a spreadsheet rather than as people. It's like, but like again, it's like there's no good guys. Like everyone sucks. They're just stuck in different ways.
Yeah, and if you get like going back to the stock market thing, if you get a market tip off, you're gonna try to take advantage of it. That's kind of what they did.
Insider trading,
but at the expense of other people.
With people's lives. Insider trading with people's lives. That's so sad.
Yeah.
So the terrorist attack, like, and then the Red Line incident, I thought it was very traumatic. As in, like, even reading it was just so like soul grating. It was actually, like, I'm glad I broke it up into pieces. Like sometimes there's like I'm sad I can't just like read a visual novel like a little bit every day because I like saving it for the videos. And I get caught up in the story, so I'm always excited for the next part. But that was a part where I was really happy I could take week-long breaks between the episodes because, like, good grief, that stuff got heavy. And I was just like, I just need to breathe. So, like, I can't imagine trying to, like, read straight through it. I imagine, like, if you read it all in one sitting, it would just make you numb by the end just because it's just full of, like, just a bunch of desperate people on all sides killing each other. And it's just so sad.
That's actually what I did.
I did it all once. I am sure you were just destroyed by the end of it.
Yeah, it was a little bit not fun. We can just leave it at that.
Yeah.
But speaking of that, I'm quite impressed how much you remember of all these while playing all these different visual novels.
Oh yeah?
I wouldn't be that good at that. That's for sure. Like you remember a lot more than I think is normal.
It's
for your playthroughs.
I think you might be a bit right. Because it's the same thing with like novels growing up. I always seemed to have this ability that if I was really invested in a story, I would just cling to and have this really powerful memory, even post haste, like post. So like a good example of like I read the Aragon Dragon Rider series by Christopher Paolini way back in like middle school, high school. They're not fantastic books, but for a middle schooler, like they're great. But thinking about them now, like I can see how they're very simplistic and very shallow. That's not a terrible thing. Like sometimes you just want to have a grungy little story, but like nowadays I'd be probably bored by it. But despite the fact that I read those books like maybe once or twice back when I was like younger, and I can still tell you to this day a majority of how those plots play out and like a lot of the like the character names, like I still remember. It's just something I've had. Like I wish I could apply that to like, normal school, because then I would have no problem in school. But like there's just something about it. Like if it's a story and I'm invested, it sticks, and it sticks really powerfully. And even if it fades a little bit, often all I need is like a reminder, even something that like is tangentially like associated with it, and it brings a lot of those memories back up. So, like a modern example,
boot up music.
Music, that's a great one. But even like books, like I read a lot of Brandon Sanderson novels nowadays, and he's a prolific writer. He's publishing books like one or two a year because he's insane. But through main series like his Stormlight Archive, there's still like 4 or 5 years between each one, usually, like large gaps. But I don't need to reread those books very often because just picking up and reading the latest one, I'll remember pretty much everything that happened, including characters, where they are, what they were doing. It's something it's very helpful, and it does help a lot. So I can juggle these like 5 stories and stay relatively on task with all of them. But again, I'm cheating a bit because you don't see that when I edit the videos, I essentially watch them again. So I kind of see it twice when I'm making content, so that also helps a lot. But yeah,
That's true.
It is. I
That's
do
true.
think it is something that is unique. Well, not unique, but it's if I have a talent that helps me with this stuff, it is the fact that I don't lose track of these plots very well, like very easily. Like I'm usually able to keep pace with them even when they're spread out. So it does. It is. I don't think a lot of people could enjoy visual novels like I do, where I'm reading so many at one time and doing other things at the same time.
I can't do that. I've already tried it. I can't do it.
I don't know
Get
if you should.
into it.
If you try and it's not working for you, then don't. I'm
No,
I'm weird. I can pull it off.
I haven't tried for content. I've tried just because I have a lot of visual novels. I can't. I just need to stick to one. It's the way it is for me. But I finished Total Eclipse, I think, 4 months ago.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you remember a lot more than I do.
Oh well, yeah.
So
Again, it helps,
Yeah.
but then the other side of it too is like content creation is interesting because like I do see it twice, but then like to counteract that point, I started making content because I had no one to talk to about these games. But when you're watching me record, I might look at the camera occasionally, but frankly, if I were sitting here reading by myself, I'm still reacting the same way. I usually just have to like punch down those reactions because I don't want to like make noise. I'm such a pain to watch a movie with if I'm really into the movie, because if I'm not holding back, I will talk to the characters in the movie. Like I'll be like, "What are you doing?" Or like, "Oh, come on." Like I'll actually like my natural instinct is to react, to laugh, to gasp. I really get emotionally invested and I physically want to respond to it. And it becomes a real annoyance for my partner. She'll be like, "Shush, stop. Like just watch the movie."
that's kind of hilarious, though. I don't know.
So for me,
That's kinda funny.
making content was a very natural choice for me because I was just like, I just do it anyway. I'll just put a camera on. I'll just have fun. I'll just do what I always wanted to do. But then I can just assume there's somebody watching it with me, and it makes it more enjoyable and immersive because then it's like I feel like I'm sharing it with somebody when I had no one to share it with before. And apparently people kind of like it because people show up, and that makes me very happy because it genuinely is my happy place. It's like I genuinely have so much joy making content like this.
Well, it shows you have a good personality for it.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I guess I also want to touch on the red line. The whole idea, the horrifying idea about this releasing the beta and how they knew when they released the beta, at least the master knew, that it was going to trigger like that failsafe that was going to essentially split Alaska in half. Like, that was horrifying. Like, just that the realization of like all of that, and that was part of the terroristic plan, and that it involved like even the red line. Like, I totally get why they had that as a failsafe, but it's also like kind of terrifying that they let people live and set up like houses and cities along the red line and just never told them.
Makes you wonder if that happens like
real
now.
life, like-
You think it? Yeah, you'd think it might. Really.
Yeah, a little like sometimes that's terrifying. That's actually a really disturbing thought now that I'm thinking about it. Oh
It's
no.
not that unrealistic.
No, it's
not that
not.
unrealistic.
Ooh. Oh, that's scary.
Whoops.
Anyway, so moving on from that, I don't think there's much else to it. We talked about the Pravka and how it was enacted with beforehand. So like that was the other thing of note where like they had to stop after they killed all the beta. How they had to physically stop Kriska and Inya, and how Inya went into her coma there. But I don't think there's anything else really to talk about there. So there's a few of the characters that were involved in the terrorist group that I want to talk about. First is the master. Oh, Daniels, you said last year you watched all of my Muvluv videos. Like, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it enough to stick around. That playlist is disgustingly huge. Like every time I add to like the super Muvluv playlist, I look at it and just like, oh my gosh, like how have I made that many videos? It's kind of disturbing. It makes sense, but it's also kind of scary. Anyway, so the master. If there's a character I hate, it's him. He's the worst. And apparently he comes back up in other stories, so like we can't talk about it too much. Obviously, like no spoilers, please. But I'm glad that he comes up again because I'm like he makes me sick to my stomach, and I really hope he gets to come up at some time because he was just as like we were talking about how like the America like knew the terrorist attack was gonna happen and they used it for their own ends, and it's like that's bad. But the master not only orchestrated the terrorist attack, he used it, let people die for a cause to further other goals. And he uses not just like people's like vindictiveness and their passion as a weapon against other like against nations essentially. But he also uses religion as a tool. Like he very clearly, like on the flight when they were flying, when they were like escaping, he blatantly says he's clearly like essentially an atheist. He just uses religion as the opium of the masses in order to control people. And I was like, what a scumbag.
Yeah, he's a master manipulator, if anything.
He's like
That's
the
for
worst
sure.
kind though. He's the psychopathic kind, where because like Yuko's kind of a psychopath too, where she absolutely manipulates people. But at least Yuko, she's got like, I don't know, she considers people. She'll throw someone into a meat grinder, but she'll do so only knowing that the ends justify like bringing about like the greater good. And the master, he probably sees it that way, but his greater good seems to be like literal anarchy, and that's like, I don't know, that's a hard position to defend in my opinion. Like, I don't know. Like, I'd love to know more, because maybe he has some real like actual motivation that's beyond just like literally trying to just destroy everything that's like sensible in the world. But the way he comes across is just like, he literally just comes across like a psychopath who just wants to watch the world burn Joker style.
Yeah, that it doesn't sit right with me. Obviously, I don't know the whole backstory, but maybe there is more context to it. But the way it comes across, it's not good. I don't like him.
Yeah, we're getting some comments here. So, Daniel's game says, if the master's who you think he is, you got a bone to pick with him. Interesting, implying that like he might be someone we've seen in other places. Emerlin fan says the master's theme is early 2000s war on terror. I can kind of see that now that you say that, except with a religious twist, which is terrifying as well. And then James Brown says, I wouldn't agree on the master entirely, but that's a Schwarzenmarken spoiler. You need to read that in order to get a good picture of who he is. So that's it. That's the answer. We need to wait for that. Like, that needs to get translated, and then we'll actually get an understanding of who he is. And like, I mean, I feel like Muv-Luv can't really disappoint me at this point, so I'm guessing like it'll be like a genuinely like compelling character rather than like a mustache twirling villain that he came across as here. Where, like
That's
was like
what I was talking about. Yeah.
he was almost stupendously evil in this story, and so it was like it almost felt like a cartoon villain level. I'm guessing that like clearly there's more to it. So I'm looking forward to learning more about him. But we'll stray away from spoilers. So. Anything else that like impression wise that he struck you with that you'd want to share, or should we move on from him?
No, I think that was it.
Okay. The other one is Valentine, and then by like extension, Giselle, her sister, but Valentine, whom he manipulated to be the front of the terrorist group, but her motivation being like genuinely wanting to like stop the exploitation of refugees and immigrants. And it's like, it's so sad that we live in a world that is so much more peaceful than alternative, and yet those are actual genuinely still major problems we're facing, like not just like in general, but like specifically today with like the Hamas situation, where it's like we're watching refugees and civilians being put before the barrel of like the battles that are happening between Hamas and Israel. It's like literally using like refugees as like shields and cannon fodder, and like that's essentially what the whole uprising and terrorist attack is about. So they're saying like, we're tired of watching people who are like literally going through the worst thing that can possibly go through, and then being utilized and exploited because they're going through the worst thing they could possibly go through. And that's the thing, is like, that's a fair point. Why does it always feel like the people who are in the worst positions, who have literally nothing to work with, are the ones that always that seem to be the exploited, the ones that get not only taken advantage of, but almost seen as like test subjects, lab rats, or just, you know, like minions to move about. Like they literally, even in the day after, they literally take refugees and make them like live on the closest to where Beta might invade. Like they literally are using them as shields to protect the normal citizenry. Like it's so crazy and yet so true to form.
I guess it's because they don't have any way to defend themselves from it, but
Yeah.
I just don't understand where
It's the decision
I guess
makers who can say like, these are people
yeah.
we could exploit. Let's exploit them. It's like most people I feel like would say these are people who need help. Let's help them, instead of like, how can I take this disadvantage and use it as a way to like that can further my goals whilst also getting rid of as many of them as possible in a way that seems relatively clean of my handiwork.
So I guess there isn't really a good answer, but is it even possible to not exploit anyone though? Like
That's
there
fair.
is, but not in the obviously this is a really bad way to do it.
I
I'm
think
just saying like not as blatantly as this, but
I think
isn't there I don't know.
I think because like there's a fundamental truth to it, and I think that there's a fundamental right, and that's actually something I believe in, which is like the right to be selfish. Where one of my biggest like regrets is that I was so terrified of the idea in high school of like people not liking me or being like or like
I get
hating
it.
me, that I've
I
put
get
so
it.
much energy into like trying to just please everybody, and so I would sacrifice my own interests
That's a
oftentimes.
fool's errand.
Yeah, it is, because what I found out later is I realized nobody cared. Like, I was putting so much energy into it, and literally the instant I stopped trying, 90% of the people who I spent time with literally just never talked to me again. It's like the only reason they interact with me is because I was making their life as nice as possible out of a desire to be liked. And so I learned that, like, okay, in fact, you should put your own interests first and not feel like you have to be holding yourself to others, because you're just going to be miserable for no real good reason. And so I do genuinely believe that, especially when it comes to you and your family, like a good example is like, I understand you see fundraisers for like causes, and I think that's great, but you also like, you shouldn't be donating what you can't afford to spend because you need to take care of your family or yourself. Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, to donate what you don't have to help other people who are in need, but putting yourself in the same position of needing that aid yourself. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You have to be able to take care of yourself before you can help others. And I think that that's kind of, that can come across as exploitation, because it's like, you look at like a homeless person and it's like, I wish I could help, but I really just don't have much I can offer because I need what I've got. And that's,
Well,
in a
then
way, exploitation.
Where do you define that line as what you need?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
And that's like, and that's why, and that gets really fuzzy. And I feel like that there's not a lot of us who can really define that line, especially define that line for others. And so it gets hard.
You can't define it really.
So and so because of that, when it comes to a lot of basic things like making sure that you and your family are safe and secure, I can't look at someone who's doing their best for their family or themselves and not helping others and be like angry or upset at that. It can be frustrating maybe that people are getting ignored, but I can kind of get it. But the frustrating part is when people who are in power, who are in privilege, when they have excess, are blatantly not helping and rather just enriching themselves. So billionaires, the CEOs of companies that like will fire tons of employees to make their numbers look good for the shareholders and then give themselves like 40% bonuses, like, which is like they take their incomes from like 350 million a year to 420 million a year because, oh, like they did such a good job screwing over all their employees in order to make their numbers look good. Like, that stuff is
all that
awful.
payroll going to me.
Exactly. And so that's the stuff that's exploitation, that just like using like refugee camps as a physical barrier against beta, it's the same type of thing. Because the people who are locating those refugees in the game are the people who are firing like the low-level employees at companies in order to make shareholders happy. They're the people who blatantly have more than they need. And they know it. And they still choose to screw over people who are just trying to survive in order to make themselves get the better payoff. And that's the point where it's like, clearly, it's like, that's like the evil, where, yeah, we all kind of exploit each other a little bit, but like there's that level that's very clearly so much worse and so much more like just evil. And Daniel Games just kind of threw in while we were having this conversation, like, I wish I had an answer to that. Like, me too. Like, I wish we had answers to these things. It's messy being human. Wolf King, hello. You're coming in some heavy topics. Hello. Anyway, Amarillo fan says, what I find funny is that Valentine and her sister are Middle East people who are Muslim but suddenly got manipulated by fake Christian religion. Yeah, well, they even say that, like, they thought the whole religious side of things was kind of disturbing. They're like, I don't get these people. They're kind of fanatics. But they're like, but they recognize, like, we needed the help of the master and his people to organize an actual resistance. So, like, it was very clear that they weren't comfortable with the radical Christian religionism. But they were like, they were like, hey, enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's work together. Even though it led to them being absolutely just abused and used for the machinations of the master. But yeah, you're right. It's really interesting. And I think it is a good perspective, too, keeping in mind that culturally, a lot of the people who faced the worst of the Beta War, even just the invasion and overrunning of territory, are the people who today are often facing some of the worst exploitation by governments and nations and peoples, like a lot of the Eurasian continent in general. Like, I mean, the first hive didn't land in like modern Pakistan. Like, Pakistan's been literally like a tug of war zone for like centuries, like even millennia at this point, really. But it's been the worst.
Kashgar?
Huh?
Kashgar,
the
original hive.
Yeah, Kashgar, the original hive, but if that whole part of Eurasia is in modern day is still like it's not even like it's a place where nations use as tug of wars nowadays. The people who live there often they're just trying to survive. They have no stakes in most of the conflicts that involve their homelands, and yet they get caught up in the worst of it because I don't know, it's a place that people like to fight over. For natural resources, religious regions, all of it. It's just like, it's a crappy deal, and it's like they explore that idea in Alternative, where they say like, look, why like some of the people who had it the worst and still have it the worst are being thrown to the meat grinder. Like, and a good example was again like the Soviet army, who were the people who were being thrown to the front lines most often. They were refugees and immigrants and people who were part of like subsections of the former Soviet territory, like Afghanistan and Kazakhstan, like all the, like in Georgia, like all those places that were part of the Soviet Union that like later got released in our timeline, but in this timeline they weren't. And all of them and their children, they're the ones thrown to the meat grinder. And even at the end, like the grand finale, they even talk about how like they don't even get to have the S11 like nuke yourself as a final blaze of glory option. They thought that was a little too dangerous to put into the hands of people who were not Russian. And it's like, wow, like they don't even get to go out in a blaze of glory because they're like not trustworthy. Like even though they're literally the front line, it's like it's a crappy deal that everyone gets. It just sucks. But yeah, so as far as the terrorists and red line stuff, I feel like that's kind of the most important stuff. And like again, it touches on like themes that are so real to life that it makes you just pause and think, and that's good. Stories should make you ask tough questions. Books and visual novels and things that just dance around and just entertain, like it's fine, but the really powerful stories are the ones that really make you ask questions. That's why I talk about like Les Mis. Like one of my favorite books is Les Miserables, and a big reason for it is it really forces you to confront like prostitution and criminals and like whether they can become like whether they should be forgiven for genuine crimes that they commit, even like heinous ones, if they commit themselves to changing. Like it tackles all those ideas because especially at the time, those are so taboo, people just wouldn't even acknowledge the existence of criminals and prostitutes. And like that story like tackles that and says like, hey, they're people, and people like should people, even if they make mistakes or live lifestyles you don't agree with, do they deserve the same dignity you have? And it really throws it in your face in a way that's not preachy, but like just says, hey, look at this. It's fiction, but it feels super real because it's based on real life. And that's what Alternative does too. Like these stories, they're fiction, but they throw real stuff at us and really make you think.
I haven't read that, but I need to read it.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a really dense book, but it does a really good job of like I just said, it's not preachy, but it really does a good job of communicating like the darker side, the darker realities of life that everyone tries to ignore like homelessness and prostitution, and really just kind of says like, hey, have you ever actually thought about what it's like for these people? Like, do you think these people wanted to live this life? Like sometimes it kind of points out just like, do you like walk around looking at homeless people and like literally say to yourself like, man, I wish they would just stop being homeless? It's like that's not a valid reason. Like no one's like, if anyone's voluntarily being homeless, like, okay, maybe that can happen sometimes, but like that's not what like why? Like why would anyone actually do that? Most of the time it's because of like things like mental illness or really bad luck. And it's just like,
or military.
Yeah.
Happens a lot with them.
Yeah. And it's like, you just don't like, it's just weird that like we can so easily brush off these uncomfortable questions just because we don't want to confront them. And that's why good stories make you confront them. So anyway, speaking of tough choices, it kind of leads us to the investigation and the choices that lead Yuuya to essentially abandon everything he was fighting for. The whole idea of the Berkut being revealed and like how they kind of essentially did a pseudo blue flag, but it was like how it got hijacked by politics, even to the point where when they initiated the phase 3 and that immediately opened the window for the investigation to shut down the project. Like it just all stank. It just sucked. It was just like that politics stuff that just really just steps in and says like, hey, look, we're trying to do something actually really cool and interesting. And there's like, go ahead.
Did you skip plot 6?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Oh, no. So yeah, death in the coma. So yeah, Yui, her fall after getting eliminated, and then Inya's coma. We kind of touched on it. Maybe that's part of why I did. But yeah, I guess let's talk about that. Yui, when she got gunned down, what was your reaction to that?
That hit me hard, bro. That hit me hard. Not ashamed to admit it, I did cry.
Aw, like you should never be ashamed. But if a story makes you have a genuine emotional reaction, that's a good thing, never a bad thing.
I was sitting there with my laptop in my lap, and I didn't want to believe that happened, but
oh no, right?
It did. You know, it was on my screen, so
I mean,
it was not fun.
It was as close to Chomp 2.0 as we'll ever get, I think, because Chomp was the same thing where it's like, it just suddenly happened, and you're like, what? No,
oh my
what?
God.
And then like afterwards, it's like, oh, it happened, and you're like, no, how could you do this?
I'll say this though. I'll say like, considering how important Yui was to the story, and I knew I wasn't quite at the end of it yet. I was logically thinking, I was like, they can't just do that. They can't just do that to her because, you know, she had contributed a lot to it, but she just like no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I had an inkling that something was fishy about it, but it was like 95%. I was on the train of she's dead, but it hit me hard for sure. I had to take a break after that. I stopped.
Yeah, they did a good job selling it because I think like part of it is that they had her like have like a flashback of her past and like showed like some of the key events that led her to that point. That really for me was what actually sold me on it, because I was like, feels very real, because it felt like they were doing a send-off, and I was like, holy crap, that's crazy. I couldn't believe it, but like I also was like, dang. I think it was like at that point was when I did my rant where I was like, I just realized this is an alternative timeline. It means it's a canon timeline I don't get to choose in, because like I think that's when it really hit me. I was like, oh, I don't get to choose a path here, because I generally thought I was going to. And so like that's why it hit me. I was like, I don't get to choose here. I was like, this is the alternative timeline. This is all canon. There's no choices here. This is just an experience of pain. People are gonna die, and I was like, oh no. And I was pissed. I was genuinely upset at Sendak, because I was like, I can't believe he did it. I can't believe he actually ordered it.
I'll say the first time I played through this, so not watching yours, but the first time I played through, I didn't know that Sendak did that. That detail missed me. I thought it was the terrorists.
Oh yeah, you genuinely thought it was the terrorists.
Yeah, because I didn't go back and watch it again until I watched yours. Then it made more sense that Sendak would do it. But I just thought it was like a retaliation or something.
I
But
mean, that's like they sold it really well that was the case, and that's the thing too is like they kind of made it sound like they like even she and the investigative team from Japan didn't know for sure who did it. I'm guessing that they at least some of them had their suspicions, but I'm guessing that they just couldn't find any evidence of it. But yeah, no, it was good old Sendak and trying to cover his bases. I kind of what I was why I really liked when like she did like reveal herself back and like she walks up to Sendak and he's just like, glad to see you're okay, and she's like, yeah, I'm glad too, and just kind of stare at each other and then they leave. I was like, that to me I was just like, okay, I think she suspects but she doesn't have proof.
yeah, that was another beautiful moment when she was revealed back to the team.
Oh my gosh, that was mean. That
Uh,
was mean.
well, it was mean, but when I first played through it, it it almost hit me as hard as when she was shot. Like the way that Yuuya reacted to it.
Yeah.
Um,
Aw.
it was. I think I didn't cry, but I definitely teared up.
Aw. Yeah,
Sure,
yeah, yeah.
because I didn't know that she was coming back. That's for sure. So
It was a great reveal, and I liked everyone's reactions to it too, where they were like mostly happy but also kind of pissed off. They're like, why did you put us through that? I also really loved the when Yuya and Yui were talking and they walked back to the hangar, and like everyone was like so flabbergasted to see her, and then she like looks over, she's like, is that like a shrine around a picture of me?
yes, yes.
It's like, and then the guy who like had taken the creepy picture, but everyone was like praising beforehand because they're like, hey, at least we have a picture of her. And then afterwards, they immediately all turn, just point at him. He's like, it was him, and he's just like, no. He's just getting
You
called
sell
out.
out.
I loved that. It was like I was like, that's such a cringy but beautiful moment where like he was a creep who was then lauded as a hero, who then was immediately betrayed as soon as it turned out she was back.
Well, yeah, it was a creep shot, but it wasn't that derogatory. It was kind of respectful, to be honest. But
Yeah, yeah.
beyond, like as respectful as a creep shot gets.
And to be fair, she requested that like she get that he give the photo to her, and even though he didn't like the idea, he was willing to do so. So in the end, it all worked out.
He's got a copy of his in his
I'm
room.
sure he does.
I'm sure.
But we're not gonna think about that too deeply. Anyway, yeah. So and then the coma, the whole Inya going into the coma, and that was the beginning of this manifestation of like Yuya being a catalyst, which is really interesting. That like it never really got explained beyond the fact that like that Inya and then later Kriska and everyone else kind of developed this like fascination and love and attraction to Yuya. I also do like how they did make a distinction that Inya's attraction wasn't ever like a romantic one. It was just a pure like a fascination and like almost like obsessiveness. Like she was just obsessed with Yuya and just loved like the aura around him, and then became like very fond of the person. And that Kriska like fell into that same pattern and eventual love with Yuya on the romantic level. And there might be a romantic level that Inya did have that just never got explored, but I never got that impression. But I think someone made a comment that made it sound like that there might have been, or like it was supposed to be implied that, but I don't know about that. But I do like how like she was like Inya was just in like a coma, and like after her brain was kind of frazzled, and all it took was Yuya like visiting her like one time, and she's just like, okay, I'm awake now, or like two times.
All of a sudden, look, I'm back.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Your brain is so deliciously tantalizing. I couldn't help myself, and I pulled myself out of a medical coma in order to see you again. Like that's like, dang. I guess saved through the power of love and all that. Tagline.
Yeah. Saving the name of love.
Saving the name of love.
Didn't Kriska mention something about like that emotion being love, and it was from Enya, not from her, right?
Kinda.
In that
She
full
said
reveal they had.
she was worried that the feeling of love came from Enya, but she described that Enya wasn't in love with Yuya in the same way, because Enya was in love with like like what he represented to her psychically, and like the expression and emotions that he could show her, that like because she gets like drunk off of like emotions, essentially. And so, like, it's possible. Again, like, I think it didn't say it outright, which is why some people probably will say, like, oh, yeah, no, like, she loves Yuuya too. But, like, the impression I got was that, like, Kriska was saying that the seed of the infatuation that she had was the same the infatuation and obsessiveness that Inya had for Yuuya. But for Kriska, it didn't manifest the same because Kriska wasn't as... She didn't feel or have the same connection with the feelings that Yuuya, like, exuded. Because Kriska and Inya read surface thoughts differently. Like, and so I think Kriska was saying that, like, she was worried that her feelings were an interpretation of the obsession that Inya had, but not an equivalency.
I see.
At least that's the impression I got. So that's how I interpreted it. And I feel like we also never see Inya display any physical, like, closeness with Yuuya in that way. Like, she would come visit him, and she would even, like, kind of get close to him and, like pat his head or touch his face, but it was always, like, in a, like, I understand you kind of, like, way, rather than, like, I want to be close to you way. But Kriska definitely was, like, interested in the physical closeness. Even when she didn't understand her own feelings yet, she still was being, like, she wanted to be physically close to Yuuya. And by the end, she was seeking Yuuya out more than Inya was. So that's another sign to me that there was a difference there.
I see.
Okay. So anyway, so that's I think that's about Death in Coma enough there. So the investigation. So on the heels of all of that joyfulness was the combat with the Barkut, the misalignment with Kriska, Inya, and I keep wanting to say Misha, but that's the bear. What was the name of the other of Kriska's replacement? It was
Martika.
So the introduction of Martika and that whole tension that was there, and then parallel that with the investigation with Weller and his team trying to prove that Heinemann had been leaking information to Japan. I still think that investigation was interesting because, like, I feel like they really still didn't have much grounds to work off of. I mean, the siphoning device was like their linchpin, and it feels like that was there. But part of me was always wondering, like, if Weller's team didn't install that. Like the Shooting Second clearly was designed for Phase 3 to have it, but I didn't think it was actually installed yet. Because it felt like Heinemann and Yui had, like, they had grounds to just hold out and, like, weather through the investigation if Yuuya hadn't stolen the Shiranui Second. Like, that was my impression. I don't know if that's real. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. But a part of me was thinking that, like, they had an out, that they had a means of, like, weathering the storm, and that the XFJ program could have continued.
I remember you. You said that during the playthrough.
I don't know if there's any grounds to it, and no one ever confirmed that or anything. But, like, I still believe that in my heart, that Weller just, like, really manipulated that situation just to kind of corner Yuuya and used Yuuya's emotions to motivate him to Weller's own ends, which was, you know, getting his hands on one of the Scarlet Twins. He didn't care if she lived or died. He just wanted to get his hands on her. And I think that he set up the Shiranui Second, utilized the Phase 3. Like, he specifically waited until they enacted Phase 3 and pounced, making sure it had the upgrades that he needed so that Yuuya could actually pull off what he wanted to pull off. But man, that sucks.
Interesting.
We'll talk about Weller a little bit more, but what about Heinemann? Like, Heinemann's interesting. I could not trust him.
Heinemann was on everybody's side and on nobody's side.
Yeah, he was on his side ultimately. I love how his motivation truly in the end was he just liked making cool TSFs. He was just a pure genius. He was almost like a Tesla, where, like, he could care less about the politicking. He just wanted to make cool toys, and he wanted his TSFs to just be amazing. I think it was a little weird.
Like Elon Musk?
Yeah, except I guess Elon's
that's what Tesla is.
Yeah, fair. I was thinking Tesla as in, like, the actual guy. Like Tesla the...
Nikola Tesla.
Nikola Tesla. Yeah, not the company.
Okay, I confused him.
It's okay. Unfortunately, that's a very common That's probably intentional anyway. That's why he picked the name. But no, Nikola Tesla, because his whole thing is that he got taken advantage of, by other people, especially like Edison, who kind of patented his ideas, because Tesla just wasn't interested in like the profit making of it, which like he should have. If he had a bit more business sense, he probably could have not only lived longer, had a healthier, happier life, but also could have funded all his ideas. But like he just couldn't care. He was just like, I just want to like try my ideas out and just push the limits of technology. Like, and that's what Heinemann, I think that he's a very similar. Like he has a bit more like political acumen, and he knows how to play the game, but ultimately he could care less. He only cared about two things, and that was TSFs and mirror bridges.
Yeah. Oh, that picture that's on the screen right now.
Yeah.
I know we're jumping ahead of a bit, but that like scene there, that was awesome.
It was great.
That was an awesome scene. I love that.
They're so good. Such good characters. Like I said, Yufei, one of the best things that she did, she was a catalyst for other characters and their growth. And that was a big one. Like butting heads with Teresa, calling out Yui, and like trying to force Yui to confront her feelings. And calling out Yuuya. And like kind of trying to point out like, hey, like, I'm interested. Let's date. If you're not gonna date me, like, there's other people. Like you to his dying day, he just would not. He would refuse to acknowledge that she was blatantly telling him like, oh, like she likes you, she likes you, she likes you. You should pick one. Like I like you, pick one, and I'm the best one, so pick me. And he's just like, what? No. Like to his dying breath, he was such a dense main character syndrome. Oh my gosh, yeah.
I mean, it's expected.
It
really.
is. It's the big continuity between all the main characters of Muv-Luv is that they're the most dense males in the world. Every one of them will have girls throwing themselves at them, and they just are just like, wow, they were wow, they're really nice, or how thoughtful.
They're enjoying themselves.
I'm glad they're so happy. They're like literally like, come to bed with me, please. And it's just like, oh, it's okay. I've got my own bed. It's like you suck. Oh, it's so good.
I don't need you to sleep. I'm okay.
It's so dumb, but we love it. We eat it up, and it's so great. All right. Anyway, speaking of that, so Heinemann, besides genius, great guy. So mirror bridges. What did you think about her motivation, especially her choice to hide Yuuya, like her pregnancy, from Takamura?
That's hard for me to say because obviously I've never been in that position.
Yeah, well,
but,
most of us are.
I mean, I'm not a woman, so I've never had that happen either. But
probably so.
I've never had a child either, so that's one perspective you have. So you have a little bit more than me, but I can understand why she did it, but that's a tough decision for anyone to make because you're trying to decide how your child will live if you make the decision there. Like if you make the wrong decision, your child will either live with you or possibly die somewhere. Like you don't know because they could be silenced by the house. You know, if they don't want that to be explored, if they don't want Yuuya to exist, you know, if they don't, it's tough to be in that position where you have the power to make yourself happy or make your family happy. And she chose the family, which I can respect. I definitely respect that, but it must have been hard for her every time her grandfather would bring up her significant other.
Yeah, it was absolutely terrible. Like, it literally killed her. Like the stress and everything. They painted a pretty clear picture that like her death was like the result of just how miserable her life was, essentially. I think I heard it recently. The saying that like love is ultimately selfish. Not that it's bad, but like the idea that like love is ultimately a selfish feeling, and it's like, why was she motivated to do so much? And unfortunately, it ended up hurting Yuuya, even though that wasn't her intention. It was because she loved Masatada, and didn't want his life to be upended because of her feelings for him. She recognized like how his role as a member of the Royal Guard was bigger than he was as a person, and that he viewed it as such. And so when he left to go and serve his nation, and likely was heading towards what I'm assuming they knew was probably like an arranged marriage, at least the idea of an arranged marriage, she probably had a good grasp of what it would mean to have a child not only out of wedlock but with an American, what that would mean for America, and like how America might utilize it, and what Japan would, how the Japanese like people and like the empire would see it, and how they might try to utilize, and how Yuuya would then essentially just become like from birth a pawn or a sacrifice, like one of the two. And in her own way, even though it kind of came off as selfish because it was born out of her like absolute love for Takamura, she tried to shelter him from that and did a lot of damage on the way. But like, you kind of have to respect that, but at the same time, you also like, I can't just sit here and be like, I think she made the right decision. I don't think there was a right decision. I think like or maybe the right decision would have been like, have a child with someone whom you can commit yourself to and can commit themselves to you. But the thing is, life's messy. That doesn't always happen. Like, of course, ideally, you have a family with a person who's willing to be with you the whole time and to share that journey. But like, there's so many times where like life just isn't that fair, and so you just gotta do the best you can with whatever life throws at you. And I think it's interesting too, because in the end, like her choice and that strength, while Yuuya was so bitter for so long, in the end he kind of came around, and it became a strength for him and an inspiration for him when he decided to go rescue Kriska. He understood kind of like this idea of like, sometimes you do something selfish for love and screw other people over sometimes, because in the end what matters most is that feeling, even if it's illogical and unfair. Like, sometimes you just have to do what your heart tells you.
That's kind of how she might.
Oh, I think we might have lost you a little bit there. Yeah, I think we lost him. We'll try and get him back. I'm sure he'll be able to jump back in again, since it seems like the internet's just a little unstable. But, yeah. We'll let him try and finish his thought when he gets back. But ultimately, the other thing I want to talk about is a little bit was Takamura, so Masatada, so Yuuya and Yui's dad. The big question for me, for him, is, did he know about Yuuya? And that's the thing, is I don't know. I feel like he was such a legitimate guy. No worries. I feel like he was such a legitimate guy that I think he would have taken responsibility and tried to provide for Yuuya and kept him safe. He seemed like he was genuinely a very honorable man. A man of passion, a man of love, but honorable. I feel like if he had known, he wouldn't have jumped right into getting married and having Yui, nor do I think he would have ignored Yuya's potential claim to like the household name. It just doesn't seem that way, like he was that kind of individual. So to me, I feel like he didn't know. It's pretty ambiguous, but in my mind, he is not. He did not know about him. Maybe he had an inkling, but it sounds like she did such a good job also cutting off herself from him and just never communicating anything about the pregnancy, that there's a good chance that, like, unless he was told by like somebody who was, keeping an eye on things and doing like intelligent stuff, I don't think he would have known. So ultimately, Takamura, I don't know a whole lot about him other than what Yui reflected on. I think he sounds like a good guy, though. So I feel like I can't really be upset at the choices he made. But I don't know. I imagine that's up for debate. All right, and then we are going to kind of start winding down. We only have a few things left. So the next plot point was Yuuya's choice and the breakout. I like how Yuuya wasn't blindly manipulated. He was absolutely confronted by Weller, and Weller absolutely manipulated him. But Yuuya had the sensibility and the presence of mind to recognize it. True, he couldn't discern truth from lies, and he made impactful decisions based on like a lot of emotion rather than like fact or variability. I still also think that there might have been a way to try and get to rescue Kriska and Inya and not destroy the XFJ program, but with Yui tied up in the investigation, that might not have been possible. If only he could have talked with her. I genuinely think they might have been able to do something, but maybe that was also part of the point. Maybe Weller orchestrated all of that to make sure that Yuuya would be isolated from the people who would have been able to absolutely help him achieve his goals without involving Weller. So I feel like Weller ultimately won, but it just sucks that Yuuya... Even though Yuuya knew he was being manipulated, he still ultimately fell for it. Like, he kind of just got backed into a corner. But I do respect the crap out of him for doing what he did, for rescuing Kriska, and even going back and rescuing Inya. I really like that he was willing to go back for her. And some of the incredible moments they had, like fighting with Sendak, like that fight was really intense and nail biting. I genuinely wasn't sure if Yuuya. I had a feeling Yuuya was going to be able to win, but I thought like Sendak had a really good shot of actually taking him out, and their confrontation was really, really passionate. And it's funny too because like in hindsight, it almost does feel like the confrontation between a future potential father-in-law and the son-in-law, like. Obviously, you don't have battles to the potential death with your potential father-in-laws, but like there is something about like the terrifying approach. Like if you try and do the traditional thing, which is to kind of like you approach the parents of like the person you love and be like, hey, I intend to make a permanent relationship out of this, and kind of get their reaction, ask for their blessing, whatever. That can feel like a war zone. Let me tell you, it's like walking uphill both ways, and you're just like, oh, I'm like, you're like, am I gonna get punched in the face? Like, you don't even know what's gonna happen. And then, so I really liked the gumption that he had, and I thought that the orchestration and the narrative playout of like storming the base, rescuing Kriska and Inya, and then like how there were different groups that were each tracking him, and how each of them were resolved kind of like one by one. Like how Weller and the Infinities literally were using the spy satellites and restricting the spy satellite use, so they were able to track his movements visually. But how he crossed into Soviet territory, and then Inya chased off the Infinities by showing that she knew they were there because of her powers, and like kind of forced the United States to fully back out essentially while they were in the Soviet territory, which ultimately took them out of the running. I like how Inya with the new cocoon jumped into the fight, and we got to see that whole horrifying mess of like the cocoon in general. Like essentially, it's amazing to me that they took the brain jar like beta technology and reused it. Like they saw the brain jar and said, "Hey, you're there. Welcome back."
Yeah, sorry.
No good. Do you remember what your last thought was before you bowed out?
It was something about the decisions that Mira made, but you've already covered all that.
Okay. I moved on a bit. I'm talking about like the breakout with Yuuya. And I was just talking about how like I was just saying, I'm gonna say it again. I like how the Soviets looked at like one of the most horrifying aspects of the Yokohama Hive discovery, which was the brain tube jars, and said, what if we did that but on purpose and utilized it as part of their technology for their Scarlet Twin program? I thought they figured. Wait, so in alternative, I thought there was a line that said something about they didn't understand how to do that. They kind of
But
didn't, but they don't understand how the beta did it. Like they did they looked at the beta tube with the brain inside it, and they couldn't figure out how the tube was keeping them alive. But what clearly happened with the cocoons is that they said, hey, what if we took away of the fleshy bits and just used the mind of these like psychic people as part of this like tandem flight model? Because then we can utilize and maximize like their abilities while it's kind of obscuring what's actually going on and cutting away like the human element. But it was very clear that what they'd done is they'd essentially replicated it. They just used like our technology to make that replication. And maybe they still were using G elements. That's something we don't know, or at least it wasn't clear in the game. But maybe that was because like we do know that they had a G. The Infinities went and destroyed the Soviet secret G elements like testing facility. I assumed they were just trying to make their own G bombs. But what if instead it was them like sussing out how to make the brain jar, and they were able to finalize their plans before it got destroyed? That's a possibility.
Yeah. I was just thinking because I feel like maybe it was Kasumi or someone like that, but she said someone did that we don't know how the beta were keeping them alive. But that you would think that if we didn't understand how to do that, then how did they replicate it from a person that wasn't already there, like what the beta did it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I don't know either. Like Daniel's Games is pointing out, Sumika gave a pretty nice description of what the beta did to her, and that's fair. Too much of a description, but it was necessary. But like, it still doesn't answer the question because this, like, the cocoon pods were obviously implemented before the 00 unit was activated in an alternative timeline. So it also could be something more along the kinds of like in Warhammer 40k, they have the dreadnoughts, which are like the ruined remains of a space marine that they put into like a living sarcophagus. So maybe inside the pod, it isn't just like a brain with the brain stem and spinal cord, but instead it's like imagine like just like the critical organs and head of a person, but they took off anything that was considered unnecessary and just hooked them up to like essentially a breathing and food tubing apparatus, but achieving a very similar result as the brain tubes from the beta. So they looked at the beta, so the idea is that they looked at the beta brain jars and they said, hey, there's an idea. Let's figure out a way to do that with human technology. Because technically with modern medicine, we could take somebody who has pretty much just the bare necessities of life functionality, hook them up to machines to regulate everything else, and you could keep somebody alive that way. And if your goal was to remove as much exterior stimuli as possible to maximize the brain power and the pure focus of like flying as a weapon, that might be a way you could do that. Is like the cocoon is like a sensory deprivation pod and life support pod to just keep a human brain alive. Whether that human brain is still incorporated into like a mostly human body, or if it is literally just a brain in a jar, they specifically don't show us, maybe because the writers weren't sure yet, or they wanted to keep us guessing. Either way, I feel like it's pretty clear that ultimately they had stripped away as much humanity from the dolls, quote unquote, as possible, so they could be better utilized as weapons.
True. I guess what I was getting at is like I understand how the fluid was keeping them alive. I get that part because that was gone over. But
they did say, I do remember that line of dialogue that you're referencing, which is the fact that like when they recovered like what was left of Sumika, they could not figure out how she was still alive. They just knew she was. Maybe they figured it out later and they just didn't express that, but I don't know.
How did they reduce Martika to that state without her dying? That's what the question is.
Yeah, and
because like physically, how did they do it? You know?
Yeah, and again, like that's why I'm saying like it might have been like some of the experiments, but with G elements. Maybe by utilizing G elements, they couldn't. Maybe they weren't even capable of achieving exactly what the beta could do, but maybe they could get a close approximation by using the G elements. And so, but again, like they left it vague on purpose. And so unless it gets explained in the codex or in a different game, we might never really know. They made it pretty clear that they weren't going to explain it. We just could tell based on the shape of the cocoon, what it was being described as, and how they were talking about it. It was very clear that that was a person in a state that was no longer, that most people would probably no longer consider human anymore. So we know at least that much. Somehow they had the brain and whatever else was with it in that capsule, and that it was being utilized as a psychic battery, essentially a psychic power source. It was just sad and scary and crazy. Okay, so anyway, I was talking about the breakout, and I was talking about the fight with Enya, and how Kriska was able to, with Martika, break Enya out of the trance and kind of save her. And then and then Kriska executed the remains of Martika, and then they fled. And then they had the best confrontation, which was the Yuuya one, which they mostly cut out.
Yeah, we didn't get to see that.
I mean, I'm sure it was fine, and the point was to that they ended it in a way that was more. It was more about confronting, about secretly offering Yuuya an out by surrendering, to try and promise him hey, we'll figure out a solution if you surrender, and then allowing him to quote escape without making it perfectly clear that he wasn't allowed to escape.
Yeah, but she had a jump unit fault or something. Is what she said.
Yeah, but it was also she probably could have pursued him, but clearly was giving him a window, but in a way that would be so ambiguous that no one would be able to claim that she tried to allow him to leave. So Amerlin fan says that they actually just amputee limbs and put them in the pod. So yeah, that's if that's what it was, that is something that's within our technological capability, more or less, is put someone in a pod like that, where you just eliminate excess material, put them in a kind of suspended coma, and just make them a battery. But that's just sad. And but it's clearly, even if it wasn't super directly, it's very clearly reminiscent of the brain tank from the beta. I imagine that the inspiration was likely derived from that, just because the shape and everything was so similar. It feels like it was definitely intentional. Yeah, and so small, but it felt intentional. So yeah. Anyway, the breakout, and then he escaped. Then they had the really sad burial. Oh my gosh, that whole sequence of her dying was just so sad.
Yes. It's just really nothing else to say. It was very sad.
And I think it was also really good, though, where Yuuya and Enya got to be very human at that point, where they enjoyed and shared their final moments in a powerful way. But Yuuya even talks about how because he wanted to give her a good send-off, he didn't tell her the whole truth, because he was scared and didn't know what he was going to do and had no real plan. He talked about how they were still going to go to Russia, even though he knew she wasn't, she didn't have time. But he talked to her as if they were still we're on our way, we're going to make it there, it's going to be okay, we're going to see your homeland. And Enya also was part of that, even though remember the worst part about that is is realizing too her inhibitors were gone, and so she wasn't really in control of it, and she said it was a lot fuzzier without the the devices, but she couldn't turn off her brain reading, essentially. So she probably knew that they were not being 100% honest with her. But when what mattered was that they were together, and that's what really was doing it. I was just surprised that it was so quick. I really genuinely thought they were gonna have at least a little more time. But I'm happy. One of the things I'm also really happy with is that again, it's one of those things some people will claim it's fan service, but especially in this case, it really didn't come across as fan service at all. But the idea that they were able to have some true intimacy before she passed, that she got to have that experience, that it was something she didn't even realize or understand that she'd wanted, but but she talked about how meaningful and beautiful it was to be able to share that with someone that she loved, and be like, wow, like it's one of those things that like you can take for granted so easily. It's like in some ways we could like we grow up obsessed with like just like sex and intimacy and relationships, but like in the end, like there's something just genuinely beautiful about that kind of stuff. And that's part of why, again, like I don't have any real problem with fan service. It's like if it's over the top, it can be annoying, but relationships, both physical and like and emotional, they're the fuel and the fire that makes most of us go. Not all of us, but the majority of us. And that's so human and real. And to gloss over that is a disservice to a lot of stories. And unfortunately, a consequence of hyper cultural fixation. Like, it's interesting because, like, American sentiments bleeds through. So, like, in Steam, games that have, like, intimate scenes can get heavily scrutinized and even removed. Ironically, you get visual novels that get just removed for having intimacy between two consenting people who are age appropriate for the characters. And yet, you can also have actual porn, and that's apparently fine. Like, I don't know, man. It seems so weird how they enforce it. And it's like, you don't understand, like, context is everything. Like, if you have issue with intimacy, but you have no problem with porn games, like that to me that just screams like inconsistency and just like a lack of truly understanding of like almost all of these visual novels. Even if they have stuff that you consider over the top smut, it's like it's framed in something that's real and human and story and narratively appropriate. That's like that gives it context, and that context makes such a big difference in my opinion, that it's so weird that people get so hung up on that.
Yeah, it's like the intimate scenes of Muv-Luv are like 0.02% of the story.
Yeah.
But you know, like they're important, but it's not like there's a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's not.
And it's not the end all be all. And usually it's also like it's a small part of a greater narratively like important like series of events. Oh my gosh, like I remember to this day, one of the most emotional reactions I had in any visual novel was when Takaru had gone like he's going through the trauma of like Marimo and the Chomp, and he was just emotionally unstable, and he came back, and Maya tried to come to like support him, and he just like essentially just like started to like do a setup for like an assault, like a sexual assault, and she was like gonna let it happen. And that whole scene, like it was an awful, emotionally raw and terrifying, and like I got genuinely upset at the whole setting, but like the narrative of what was happening and why was so human and really was important to the story. It wasn't just like, oh, we're just gonna have sex here. It's like, no, like this is like a genuinely traumatic event. And sometimes people make really terrible decisions when they're on an emotional, like, vulnerable state. And we were watching that play out. And the choices that both characters were making at that moment said so much about them, who they were, and where they were mentally, that even though it didn't actually happen, it was such an important aspect of like that narrative and what needed to be communicated, and was the motivation for Takaru to just give up. And that giving up was such an important part of the story in general that like I can't be upset that it was included. I'm upset that that was the choice that the character was making, but that's because I cared so much about those characters.
Yeah, I understand. It was an upsetting situation. I didn't like that he did that, but
yeah, but like it's also like it makes sense. It wasn't just like, oh, we're just gonna have fan service, which is what a lot of games, even visual novels, will do. But that was like, no.
I wouldn't even consider that fan service.
No, it wasn't.
Really.
It was traumatic and terrifying, and like I'm glad they didn't follow through with it, just because I feel like it would have been a little too much. But like at the same time, again, it comes back to human. It's so human and real. Uncomfortable. But it's also like it's like a good story is gonna make you confront stuff that you normally don't allow yourself to confront. And that's one of those scenes where like I walked away from that genuinely emotionally upset, but I also couldn't sit there and be like, what a contrived situation. Why would anyone do that? It's like, no, these are real things that happen in real life. And like, it's scary and sad and upsetting, and it should be. And we should think about that and understand that, because there are people who actually go through those events who are suffering real pain. And by trying to dismiss or trivialize those types of things, we do a disservice and actively harm people who genuinely have to live with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a disrespect to it, to what they've gone through. Oh, Daniel's Games, the wiki post. Actually, that comment there, that was brought up in alternative.
It was
that
very
exact
specifically.
line.
Yeah, like they said that like the reason, like the beta, what they were doing is they were experimenting, and they were like essentially for Sumika, what they were doing is they were testing pleasure, and they just slowly started removing anything that wasn't directly like contributing to like their ability to manipulate pleasure for her. And so in the end, they just left her with her brain and nervous system, because the beta realized that like while the rest of the body can be kind of involved in various feelings of different like emotions and states of being, that when it push came to shove, it was just electrical signals being sent through those body parts to the nervous system that actually determined what they were feeling. And that was just them learning human physiology, essentially, which is why it's so disturbing, because it's like it was just an experiment, like we experiment with like cockroaches. That was like essentially what they were seeing. And it's sad also too, it was also implying that it took the beta 22 hives and like the destruction of like 8 billion people to start actually recognizing that these life forms are a little more complicated than insects, and thus might warrant a little bit of research. Like that's the thing is that's so sad about the Yokohama hive. It was the newest hive, and it was the first hive where they were actually seeing signs that beta were researching people. Because up until that point, the beta just didn't even acknowledge that we were there, which is so sad. Yeah.
Definitely.
Anyway, so yeah, we're still like, and then Mr. Wolfie Dog is also talking about like the hive tentacles, and yeah, it was shocking for sure. Anyway, we're getting close to the end, and I don't want it to go too much longer, so I'm gonna kind of re-ank us back. I've kind of talked about Weller and how much I just want to cap off with him. Like I hated him. Like he's my least favorite character, because he's kind of a scumbag. They did a good job with him.
Even more than Master?
Oh, almost in a way. Okay, so the Master is a far more evil character, but this is a very similar to like Lord Voldemort and Dolores Umbridge situation, where Lord Voldemort is clearly the more evil, destructive, and terrible person, like the Master, and they even just share their own names. Weird connection, but Weller is like the Dolores Umbridge, where like Weller is not like pure evil. He's just a special interest party that's determined to get what he wants at the expense of everyone else, and nobody else is in the know as much as he is, and he can't be wrong in a similar way, to the point where like I hate him more because he so personally screws over Yuuya. As opposed to the Master, who's just screwing everybody over. It's like I have a much more visceral, emotional reaction to Weller, even though I recognize he's not as evil as the Master, and the Master's probably worse. But Weller was a lot more emotionally involved, and for that, I just really can't stand him.
It just happened to hit closer to home with Weller, I guess.
Yeah. So, like, I recognize the Master's a worse as a character, as like what he did was way worse, and he's a much more terrifying individual. But Weller is a much more personal vendetta against. And then Martika, I also want to say, just real quick, she's kind of like the unsung hero. Like, literally, when she's like nothing more than essentially a brain in a jar, she was able to, out of like the goodness of her own like humanity, that like the little of it that she was left, she chose to save Inya and Kriska and Yuuya, and then essentially asked to be put down. Like, what a tremendous and crazy sacrifice. From her introduction, where she was just so cold and antagonistic, to that personal sacrifice, she really went from like kind of like an antagonist 0 to like full marks like hero of the story. So I just wanted to make sure like I give a proper like salute and send off that like she's one of the goats for sure. Alright, and then I think if there's nothing else, like the only thing that I really want to cover besides like my final conclusions is the Operation Cherry Blossom events. The entire sequence. I don't even say, other than the fact that like I was so inspired, I had to make that like chopped together awful stupid joke short and like little video where I just took like Lord of the Rings, like the Ride of the Rohirrim, and just stapled scenes of like of the Operation Cherry Blossom onto it. It was just so cool, and it just took me back. It took me back to that alternative. It took me back to that insane finale of Muv-Luv Alternative, and it just took you right back to that whole sequence. And yet we also got to see the sequence of events, like how the beta started targeting the fleet, why it happened, and like the sacrifices that were made to try and save the mission that ultimately saved humanity. The seeing all that and being able to be a part of it and like kind of relive it again was such an amazing trip. Even after the years since I played Alternative, it took me right back. I was like in that seat again, and that was such a cool way to end the game. It really feels like it was almost like as like a bonus content rather than like part of the core narrative, but that's okay because it was bonus content that was directly applicable to the core the core story that we associate, because it has the tagline Muv-Luv Total Eclipse. It makes sense that there would be a very strong direct tie to the events of Muv-Luv Alternative, and I'm really happy they did it. It was so good.
Seeing such a momentous event happen from a different perspective was really cool. Like, I loved seeing all the different tie-ins and like the timing of everything. Yeah. How it all lined up so well.
It really did. Awesome. And the music was spot on the whole time. The way it played out was also very logical, where like it felt like one of the things that Muv-Luv nails really well is the fact that all their battles are essentially, pictures and sounds and music. The battles have always felt so alive, which is another achievement to take relatively static and somewhat actionable kinetic sequences with very flat 2D models, and can yet make it feel like a very live action-packed battle is a genuine achievement. I don't know how they actually can pull that off in such a way that it really pulls you in, and it just you can understand you're watching little 2D pictures being warped and manipulated to dance across the screen, but it still feels like a pitch battle, and the stakes are high, and you're riding that high all the way.
Well, it wouldn't pull you in as much if it was near the beginning of the story.
Exactly.
The character development helps a lot.
And Mr. Wolfie
being attached to everybody.
Mr. Wolfie's pointing out, saying, "Gotta admit, Muv-Luv is an amazing series. From the battles and music to even the dialogue, it's just incredible, so lively and endearing." I 100% agree. There's a reason Muv-Luv Alternative is top of the charts still to this day. There's a reason why I've been playing all these games, and frankly, the fact that even the side stories and the little side story, the side narratives that sometimes were even weren't even an hour long, that were bundled together in Photon Melodies and Photon Flowers. I played through all of them and enjoyed every one of them, because even the weakest side stories of Muv-Luv are still pretty solid. And then and many of these side stories that are just adjacent to the core story that we've already played, like Total Eclipse, by and large their own thing. It's it kind of reminds me of Rogue One. A lot of the newer Star Wars stuff has been slowly getting more and more disappointing, but you gotta admit, Rogue One is kind of like the Total Eclipse of Star Wars, where it's it's directly tied to the core story of Star Wars, or how this is tied directly to Alternative, but it feels like it stands on its own feet, and it doesn't have to. You could show this game and this narrative to somebody who has never played any Muv-Luv before, and I feel like it would while it might not punch in the same way, I think they'd still enjoy it from beginning to end. That's pretty amazing for a side story. You normally can't do that.
Could stand on its own, yeah.
And then I also got to say, I had to say, the existential horror of the beta making an answer to the Susano, recognizing what that there actually was a potential threat, knowing that being able to interpret the battle plan, and to organize beta laser class and a super beta like mobile hive to essentially shoot down stuff in orbit that like had never even been seen or even like apparently contemplated by the beta until that point. Like the realization that horror really put in perspective like the urgency of it all. Because like I said, like it kind of blew past me because I was so caught up in the narrative of alternative. Like, why are beta like lasers shooting down ships in orbit? Like, I knew that was weird, but I kind of glossed over it because I was just so caught up in the spectacle. But this game really did a good job of pointing out, like, no, like everything that all beta fight from this point on had like all warfare not only was invalidated, but had completely been trivialized. Humanity had essentially like we were just dead. If the first hive hadn't been knocked out by Takaru and the 00 unit, literally like this was like the evidence of the final battle of Operation Cherry Blossom here in Total Eclipse. Like this was like I think the whole reason they even covered it was essentially to nail that like home this idea that like look, if Yuko had delayed, if the plan had not worked out, and if Takaru and all of A1 hadn't made all the sacrifices necessary to pull off what happened, literally the human war was over. Like the beta acknowledged that humanity was a threat. They'd analyzed everything about them. They knew exactly how to strike them again, and everything that humanity had built, all of their infrastructure, their travel, their weaponry, their tactics, instantly was like this was proof it was all evaporated, practically useless. Humanity pretty much at that point had no chance if they hadn't been able to stop the coordination of the main hive, which would prevent the rest of the hive from being able to be able to adapt like that anymore. It's the only reason humanity survives past the beta war. It's because Yuko Sensei was right and she was able to make things happen. Let's see. So Wolfie Doggy saying, a shame the very last alternative manga never got translated. See what happens after it all ends. It carries on for a good bit, but personally waiting for years, but no luck. I know the wiki goes on. I've avoided it, but I do believe that there, even if it's not like translated, there is even I think there's like stuff in the like codex that goes beyond like the beta war and extends to like well into the future. And then Daniel's game's like, what happens to Yuuya at the end? Well, I mean, it begs an implication that he survives. Inya, not sure. I'd like to think she survives, but like it's also possible that she was talking via coma into Yuya's brain rather than actually being conscious, and probably implied that she was only being kept alive by the suit. So I don't know if she made it all the way, but it implied at the very end with the last screenshot with him like the TSF kneeling in the snow over the corpse, and then the TSF like activating. It implies that Yuuya is alive, and so I imagine he becomes a very pivotal player in the post Cherry Blossom war initiative of retaking Eurasia and retaking Earth. Let's see, Mr. Wolf Doggy. As far as I know, alive and carries on for like 100 years or so. Granted that that's the wiki and codex via translation. So yeah, there is like a post beta war, or at least like a war front. As far how far it goes, how it ends, no, I'm not sure. And again, even if you know, be careful of spoilers. Like, I'll probably tackle that someday. I imagine if I get to the point where I'm like, I don't think there's ever going to be any more games I'm going to be able to play. Maybe I'll do like a full deep dive where I just go over like all the obscure lore that's like in the wiki and in the codex, and just do like an expose video or live stream where I just break it down, just kind of do a full timeline. Like, I'd love to do that someday, but I want to make sure that if I make that decision, I'm committing to the idea that like I don't care about spoilers anymore, and that means that there's no more games to play. So,
since we're near the end,
yes.
Do you want to hear how I first heard of Muv-Luv?
Yes, I'd love to hear that actually.
Okay, so my first visual novel was If My Heart Had Wings, the one that I recommended.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
I played through that. I loved that one. Then I went into a GameStop one day. It was in 2019. I saw there was like 5 PS Vita games on the shelf. They were dying at the point. So one of those was a brand new copy of Muv-Luv. I was like, what is this? So I looked at the back of it and I was like, okay, it's a visual novel. This looks pretty cool. Like romance and like aliens somehow. I'm like, okay, cool. Let's pick this up. So it was a brand new PS Vita game. I picked it up, put it in my system. I loved it. I loved it so much that I immediately went to Steam and bought all of them.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and then I went to the other GameStop in my region, bought alternative just because I wanted to have that physical PS Vita game.
Mm-hmm.
I still have them both on the shelf right there.
That's awesome.
So I was introduced to it from a freaking Kickstarter, like that I just randomly happened to,
Oh, for the If My
see.
Heart Have Wings? Was that the Kickstarter
No,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about?
Muv-Luv was a Kickstarter
Yes, it was.
physically.
That's the thing. It's like, so I was gonna
So,
tell that story. Like, I don't know. I think I've talked about this before, but my introduction to it, ironically, I just started my YouTube channel. Like, I think I'd done one other or two other series. Like, I like finished one. I was like doing two others, and I'd been turned toward a service called Keymailer, which essentially tries to facilitate like helping developers work with content creators or game reviewers in a way that tries to make it so scalpers aren't going to just like steal game codes pretending to be game reviewers, and also tries to help like content creators to avoid phishing scams. So it kind of just provides like a leeway. It's still in function today. Very, very nice, very handy site, especially for indie devs, like developers that are smaller. It's a great place to find content creators who will use your game keys and kind of, but also like they agree to like a terms of service to like actually use the key as you like to play and review your game. It's a really good service, especially if you're a content creator who works with games. But so
what was the name of that service again?
Keymailer. So
Keymailer,
keymailer.com
okay.
or keymailer.org. I can't remember which. Really good service. But I was on there, and I was looking through for visual novels because like I was hoping I would get free games, but I knew I wasn't likely because at this time I had like, God, I must have had I must have had like 100 subscribers at this point, like practically nothing. But I was excited. I want to keep going. And so I was scrolling through, and I was mostly using it as a sifter to be like, okay, what are the games that game developers are interested in content creators making content about? Because I didn't mind buying a game, but I thought it was a really like a clever way to make sure I wasn't going to cover a game that developers didn't want covered. Because I'd already run into the barrier of games like Clanad, and I think If My Heart Has Wings also, like the developers have specifically said they don't want people uploading content for it on YouTube. And
You know
so
what's interesting about that? There's full playthroughs of that already,
yeah,
and they're
and
not stuff that you do.
yeah,
They're actually just like straight up gameplay. There's no commentary at all.
exactly. And a lot of
Weird.
times they want to take those down, but because like fair use is technically a thing and these companies aren't willing to actually sue them, they often will kind of like let them go. And often like and nowadays they're a little less strict on it because they can technically claim like the revenue, so they can at least get they can get the money from it that would normally be generated. But even then, like for me, it's a principle thing. It's like if I ask or they post on their websites like, hey, we don't want people streaming this game, they know people do it anyway. But for me,
Of course,
it's
yeah.
enough that they say I don't want that. If they say I don't want that, I don't want developers looking at my channel and being like, oh, they're exploiting like they like if like we want to take that video down if we could, but we can't, so we're just gonna be mad. It's like I'd rather show them that there's value in it and eventually have them come around and like see it as a collaboration. So for me, it's the principle. That's the reason I hold back. Like, could I make that content and upload it and probably okay? Yeah. But it's the principle of the thing. I want developers to
I
feel
understand.
I'm someone that's good to work with in a business way. So anyway, I was going through Keymailer and I was scrolling through the visual novels and Muv-Luv popped up because it just like been released off the Kickstarter. They were looking for content creators to cover it. And I looked at it and I looked at the screenshots. And the thing is, it only showed extra. It was only screenshots of Muv-Luv Extra, even though the game came packaged with all three. And I was like, huh, well, this looks cute. I was like, I could use a good slice of life. That sounds like an enjoyable experience because I just finished a horror game. And I was like, I'd like something a little more wholesome. And so,
Was this 2016?
yeah, 2016.
Okay.
And so I bought it and started playing it. And I remember, like, I had no clue what I was getting into. None at all. I never like looked it up. I was avoiding spoilers, and so I didn't realize I literally stumbled into one of the biggest titles of visual novels ever made. I just knew that it was one of the it was the series that was getting some traction. It was getting more traction than anything else, and I was also enjoying it. But you have to understand, like, I was so blindsided by the whole thing. I'd gotten to the point in Extra where they do Takaru and Meia's birthday, and remember everyone brings like a different dish, and Takaru's supposed to pick the dish that he likes the most that he wants to eat.
Yes.
I thought I was going to make that choice, and it was going to immediately launch me down the dating path of whoever I chose, and it was just going to be like the romance arc, and it would be done. I thought I was almost like I thought it was more than halfway through at that point.
Oh. You were wrong.
I was so wrong. And then and then afterwards it unlocked the unlimited. And I was like, what is this? And I was like, okay. And so I started playing that, and I was like, wait, it's a sci-fi? There's mechs? What's happening here? And then if you've seen my unlimited playthrough, like the end of unlimited literally destroyed my soul. And then I got to alternative, and then that just destroyed my entire life. And I again, it's like, I can't believe that it wasn't even like a game that got recommended to me. It was literally like I was just skimming through like pages of potential visual novels, most of them tiny little developers who had just barely made their first game ever. It's like first time projects, right? And I just happened to stumble across Muv-Luv that had just been released in translated form after the Kickstarter, and just was looking for traction online. And that was I just looked at it, took that 4 screenshots, and said, yeah, that looks good.
That's kind of funny because you and I stumbled upon it kind of similarly, like just by chance.
It's absolute chance. No idea what a life-changing event we just enacted.
Legitimately. Yeah.
It's so cool. I kind of I love it. I love that. Like I'm so happy I get so many great recommendations from the community, but there is something really special about like stumbling into like one of the greatest stories of all time, like completely by accident. And I love it.
I think those 2 copies of Extra Unlimited and Alternative, I think those were 2 of the last brand new PS Vita games that were ever made.
Yeah,
I think.
That's kind of scary. That's kind of
cool.
sad. Oh, and then
yeah, but
I don't think it's happened quite yet, but aren't they also just about to be ported to Switch? Like, I think that if they haven't happened now, it's going to happen really soon. That Extra through Alternative are about to become Switch available. Because I remember seeing an advertisement for a really tantalizing physical collector's edition. That I was like, ooh. I don't think I have an extra $300, but that looks really cool.
I don't either, but it would be nice.
Yeah. All right, so we're pretty much at the end, though. Operation Cherry Blossom and Yuuya at the end was fantastic. It was such a great capstone to the game, and I loved every second of it. Now, as we wrap it up, I always said, like, I saved the best for last. Best boy and best girl, specifically best girl. We have to put a crown. But as you're the guest, I think I need to hear you first. So who's your best boy and best girl of Muv-Luv Alternative Total Eclipse?
Oh boy. Best boy I haven't given as much thought to. Let's do that one first. Best boy. I know what yours is, obviously, but
I said it like at the beginning of this like stream, so
yeah. I remembered from your playthrough though. But what is? I don't know. Honestly, there are more men in Total Eclipse than in any other Muv-Luv, aren't
That's
there?
true, actually.
There's a lot of men.
If at the very least, there's more men that have actual screen time and character. Like in Alternative, there's men, but they tend to be just passing NPCs that barely have a name. So yeah.
Yeah, because basically every other character is women. So, dang. So, I'd be inclined to agree with your decision because he's just the voice of everyone.
Yeah. So, if you haven't guessed, Vincent is best boy for sure, hands down, in my opinion.
I can't make an argument for anybody else, to be honest with you.
I think he's just the best. If there's like for best boy, especially for me, it's like I look at all the characters and I ask myself like, who would I want to spend time with? Like if I had like free time and I was gonna go like, play a multiplayer match or play a board game, like who would I want to do that with? And it's like easily, it's an instant Vincent, hands down. Like, he's just the guy I would want to spend time with. Like, he seems like he'd just be a joy to be around. He seems like he's like one of the best friends you could ever have. And he also just has interesting stuff to say. I don't really feel like there's even like a good follow-up. Like normally I have like a close second, but for best boy in this case, it's like, nope, Vincent's just, he's got the crown hands down. But now like the more poignant question that most people always like will be judged the most. Who's best girl
This
for
is
you?
the debate. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to go with Yui.
Yeah. I feel
I'm
like a
gonna go with
lot of
Yui.
people would agree with you. That's for sure. A lot of community for sure definitely agree. There were a lot of very vocal Yui fans in the comments over the last few parts of the series.
I say that, but I have a Kriska figure right above me, so
Ooh.
there's that. It's not like I don't like her, but
You got both of them.
it's a close. Kriska is a very close second, but I have to go with Yui.
I see.
But I also agree with you with your playthrough before. You said something about Ife being really fun to have around. I'll agree with that for sure. She's awesome.
I probably spelled that right. How do you spell? Let me see. I got this page pulled up just in case, because spelling is one of my biggest weaknesses. Like you talked about how like I have a really good track of keeping track of stories. It's true, but I'm absolutely appalling at names and spelling.
What are you trying to spell?
Yufei.
Oh, I think it's Yifei. I think it's Yifei.
Yeah, that sounds right. And then, all right, a new tool I just got access to. If you're in the chat, I just put up a poll. So let's get some numbers here. So in the end though, you're picking Yui. I guess, is there any particular like reasons for that? I'd love to know like what is it that makes her, in your opinion, like your favorite?
Well, from a story perspective, I feel like she was developed more, she was fleshed out more, in my opinion. But, obviously the story didn't end with her as much as I might have wanted it to, but it was a little weird with her having a relation with Yuuya.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked, unfortunately, without crossing some really creepy lines, but if we pretend, like, again, though, this is talking about, like, best girl in your opinion, like who's the person
Yes.
you'd like, you would see yourself spending your most time with, wanting to be friends with, if you were in a position where you were, like, it would be appropriate, could you see yourself in a relationship with, like, these are all it's a pure hypothetical, like, not Yuuya, because I will talk about that, so I guess, but yeah, for you still think Yui's probably in the end, based on, like, what you know?
It is because, I mean, I do have a little bit of a thing for Japanese girls, so
Yeah.
she's a Japanese girl. So, Kriska's not really quite that.
Mm. I think I would say, like, when it came down to it, for Yuuya as a character, I do think Kriska is pretty much the best choice. I feel like their chemistry was genuine. It felt very natural. I was leaning more towards Yui until I found out that they were siblings, and I was like, oh, well, I guess
There goes
Kriska.
that.
At first, I was like, well, does that mean Kriska wins by default? But then I saw them actually like interacting with each other and like starting their relationship, and I got converted to that. Oh yeah, Yuuya Kriska, like 100%. Like once I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm all for this. But I do have to say, you've heard the rumblings. I think Yui's fantastic. I think Kriska's fantastic. But unfortunately, it is as heretical as I'm sure many people will find in the end. I think Yufei is by far, in my opinion, best girl. If there's any of the girls, she's the one I would be like, I'd like to spend the most time with her. She seems like the most interesting, fun, and just all over, like, personality-wise, I just found her very interesting. Again, it's like I think Yui's fantastic. I think she's wonderful, and she's very, very much like my second pick, honestly. Just because she's like a wonderful character. but I also feel like Yuuya could like Yuuya and Kriska both. I feel like I'd spend like 90% of my time like enjoying their company, but 10% of my time just like having a massive headache from like really like Yui's like so like kind of borderline tsundere and just like such a workaholic. It'd be like hard to like spend time with her, and it'd be hard to just like bond because it'd be like, could she actually be married to anything besides her work? It'd be really tough to see. And then Kriska, like she's she's wonderful, but that sometimes like there's like she's so innocent and so naive. It could be like it'd probably be draining. It'd be kind of tough to like wrestle with. And plus, she's also got her commitments to like the Soviets that'd be like really tough. I mean, she abandoned that eventually in the name of love, so maybe it would work out. But it'd be like, holy cow, that'd be tough. And then I don't know, just Yufei. Like I feel like for me, like a good like the best selling point it's really intangible, but the best selling point for me is like, what's the character that when they come on the screen deliver their lines or are just doing their thing? Which character am I just finding myself just grinning like an idiot around? And Yufei, every time she showed up, the bells chime, immediately I get a grin on my face. I'll be like, oh, here we go. This is gonna be fun. So
yeah, her spontaneity was pretty nice. I liked that.
Breath of fresh air. And just also, I also really liked how she would direct, down to earth, and like focused she could be like, I think brutal honesty is a huge thing for me. I just love it when people can just be straightforward. I can play the social games, but I don't like the social games. I'd rather have somebody who would be willing to insult me if it meant telling me the truth, because for me that's more meaningful. And so like when push comes to shove, I'd much rather have somebody in my life who's going to be like, yeah, like, no, like this isn't okay. Like this is how I'm feeling. This is what's going on. Like, you're being an idiot. And be like, fair. You know what? Fair. Thank you for calling me out.
I appreciate that.
So
yeah, that's cool.
It's interesting because she is like, it's not common for a side character to become so meaningful, but genuinely, I do think like when push comes to shove, she's the one that like if I were in that universe, I'd want to spend the time with. Yeah, like Yuuya is gonna absolutely win the poll. Like I have no doubt of that. And like I said, I know a lot of you like there are gonna be people who after this stream goes live and is archived, because the majority of people will watch this post because not a lot of people are gonna be available for a live stream. Timing is tough, especially when we have so many people who are all over the world who are like follow the channel, and a lot of people also just can't drop a hat. Watch. I don't get to do much. I don't watch much live streams on my own because I don't have the time either. But I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of good comments, and a lot of people are gonna be like, "How could you betray Yuuya? Yuuya's the best." Because they're like, I know that Yuuya's probably got the biggest following in the community, but and I don't blame him. Like I said, I think she's great. She's genuinely one of the best characters, and I think for me, she pulls ahead of Kriska in my book because just her personality and just like the way that she handles herself, and just how clever she is. I mean, as a character, she's genuinely just so intriguing and just powerful, well written, well balanced, and I'm sure that there's just a lot to like. It feels like there's like always something new to discover with Yuuya. So I could see why like she would absolutely like charm the pants off everybody. But I'm still gonna give the crown to Yufei in my personal opinion.
Well, Yufei's super cute too, so
yeah.
You gotta say it.
Absolutely. Okay, I think that's pretty much it though. I feel like I've said everything I wanted to say. I've said a lot more than I probably should have said. This is one of the longer live stream rap parties we've done. It reminds me of actually of like Muv-Luv Alternative itself. Like I think that one went about the song as well. But thank you so much again for joining. It was really nice having somebody to just kind of bounce ideas off of and hear alternating opinions on. It also helps that get my voice got a bit of a break, so I'm not like dying of like exposure.
Yes, I have no problems with being here with you. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
There was one more thing I wanted to say.
Yes.
Before I left. It doesn't necessarily relate to Total Eclipse, but it relates to Molo. Mm-hmm. So, Alternative, back when I first saw that, I didn't expect it, but it completely changed my perspective on just life in
Yeah.
general. Like, it made me a lot more appreciative of the fact that we don't live in a world like that. Like, our world sucks, but it doesn't suck like that. You know what I mean? It's bad, but it made everything like seem like it's not as bad. Like, it's just it's it's workable. We're not just gonna all die in like next Tuesday
Yeah.
because of a beta invasion. But it was life changing for sure. It made me emotionally more mature
Yeah.
for sure.
Oh, I agree. And I think again it's another testament to just how powerfully well written this series is that you can draw peace from a hypothetical alien invasion that hasn't happened, but it can be a source of comfort in a real life world. And that's the thing is like this isn't something that's derived of like a delusion or like an inability to escape reality. We're not like going what's the word? It's a chinibino, where like where
Something like that.
where you can't escape, where you live in like a fantasy world. Like that's not the case that's happening here. Like what you're describing is simply like the narrative and storytelling and world building is so well done and can feel so realistic, especially because of the way the people behave in this fictional world, that it genuinely brings hope to real life because it feels like these are real people handling much more dire circumstances. And if they can make it through this as well as they do, maybe we can make it through our challenges as well as we can, if not better. And I think that's genuine. Like some people might think that that's ridiculous, but frankly, I 100% agree. And it's part of the reason why I wish if I could like stand in front of the entire planet and have like 10 minutes to speak to every living human being, one of the things I would consider trying to do would be to persuade them to play this game, like this series. And it sounds ridiculous, but it's like I do genuinely think that if you approach like Muv-Luv openly and just genuinely want to be able like to participate in the story and understand the characters, I think you can't help but come out the other side a bit of a better person with a better perspective on life. And that's like not hyperbole or anything. I genuinely think it's true. It's a game thing with like any other like massive game. Like I say the same thing about Les Mis. I say the same thing about Stormlight Archive. I say the same thing about Lord of the Rings. I think these are series that are so transcendent beyond just simple entertainment that they touch on aspects of hope and fear and doubt and pain and humanity in ways that are just so real that it transcends beyond fiction. I think one of my favorite quotes was that it was politicians use the truth to tell lies, while authors use lies to tell the truth. And I think I think that's 100% true. Not so much the jab at the politician, but mostly about the idea of like you can use like fiction to tell true things that can genuinely help people.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I completely agree. Yeah.
All right. So before we sign off, are there any other thoughts that you have, or anything? I guess anything else that you would like to share before we get ready to sign off?
No. I'm good.
Okay. Well, most importantly, anyone who's here watching either live or in post, thank you so much. For those of you who are live, thank you for all your wonderful comments. It really helps the narrative, being able to address your comments and being able to like kind of continue the narrative. It gives that extra element. Again, that's why I do these live. I could do these solo, I could do these by myself or pre-recorded, but I think especially for summarizing the entire story without any problems with spoilers for the narrative, I like the idea that we can kind of bounce off each other and kind of interact in this way. So thank you for those of you who attended live. Those of you who are listening post, thank you. I do look forward to reading your comments. I'll try to respond to them. I will say, however, that YouTube gets a little funny. With videos that are older than a few weeks or live streams, it doesn't always inform me when someone leaves a comment. I do try and manually check it, so I will hopefully answer all your comments, but if I don't for whatever reason, like it's not because I'm ignoring you, it's usually because like YouTube has very restrictive access for some reason for me when it comes to like seeing comments on anything but a recently posted video. Then the other thing is, thank you so much for being on this journey with me. And while I'm on my way out, as is tradition, I will be announcing what we'll be covering on the channel in the Monday slot after this, with the trailer sequence. So we'll bow out. You won't hear from us anymore. We'll probably have like a little chat afterwards when I shut down the stream. I'd like to ask you one last thing before like you sign off. But other than that, yeah, we're gonna be heading out. But thank you all so much for being here. Time to draw the game here. I'm going to switch over, but as I do, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much for all of you being a part of this wonderful journey on this channel, and I hope I can keep making content that makes you want to come back for more, and we can continue to share these wonderful stories together. So until next video, watch me, see me next. I'll see you there. Enjoy the spotlight for the next title we're covering, and I'm guessing 99.9% of you already know what it's going to be.
Be